run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the TEC Community Cup for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zota Gaming. I'm your host, Blackjack, back again after a while, alongside my recent from a fantastic experience, Baba Gusta, co-casting for today's matches. Baba, how are you feeling on this fine evening?
Well, I'm feeling great, Jack, and talk about the two qualifiers that we've had. The first qualifiers, in which we had the Team Uvu, Noakhailla Warriors, G2 Esports, and waterboyz having qualified for this event. And then we had our second qualifiers matchup, in which we had in 22nd and 23rd Team Copium, Crouch Potatoes, Kira Esports, and Team Northstar are the teams who've been qualified for this event. And now talk about the main stages here. The two matches that we're going to have for today will be Team Crouch Potatoes, who will go up against Kira Esports. That will be our first matchup. And the second, where we have Team Noakhailla, who will go up against Team waterboyz.
All right, this is going to be a couple of very, very exciting matches indeed. Crouch Potatoes and Kira Esports, of course. I'm pretty sure all of our viewers will be keeping their eyes on those two teams in the first match. That'll be going live in just a minute here, folks. Don't worry. And of course, the second match as well should be very exciting indeed. Looking at the format, just like Baba described earlier, we've had two qualifiers. Qualifier 1 between 4th and 7th August, Qualifier 2 between 19th and the 22nd of August, and now we're in playoffs starting today, actually, 24th to the 31st of August. Now, this should make for a couple of a set series of very, very intriguing, exciting games with, of course, plenty of R6 credits to fight for.
And not only just that, they're here to claim that first place spot. I mean, look at that, 6,000 credits per player, which means that it's a total of 30,000 R6 credits in total. That's a lot. If you want to, stay on the top, that is, that's for sure. We're talking about the second and third place, 3,000 and 1,800 credits respectively. Fourth and fifth, 1,800, 1,200. Sixth and seventh, 1,200 to 600. And last but not the least, we have our eighth place, which will be 600 credits. This is 600 credits per player, which means that if you, it's almost like 3,000 credits at eighth place, just separated from player by player, right? So all in all, that would be it's already begun, right? The qualifier stage has already been done, which means now it's the playoffs. And now with the first match, as we take a look at the brackets itself, we'll be able to determine who will be that team who's going to go down to the lower brackets and who will proceed into the next phase. And talk about the two matches that we have. Crouch Potatoes and Kira Esports will be the first. Noakhailla Warriors versus waterboyz will be the second. And we've got to see who will go up against each other in the upper brackets.
I mean, mind you, there's two other matches that'll be playing tomorrow on your screens as well. Northstar versus Copium and Team Uwu versus G2 Esports. Now, these should make for some very good preliminary games in the upper brackets. And I've mentioned them, being very good, interesting, exciting games in multiple ways here and there. You get the point, right? But, the point notwithstanding, as it is, as you can see, the format of this playoffs, it's a standard upper lower bracket double elimination situation here. And Crouch Potatoes versus Kira Esports, that's the first game that we are going to be looking forward to today. And we also have the maps of that match as well, which we'll get into just very shortly indeed. But yes, right now, fans of both these teams, they'll be cheering them on as we go into the map veto for this first match. As you can see, it is a little bit of the SA Classic. Clubhouse, Cafe, and the Skyscraper. Not in that particular order, mind you. Cafe is the map that's going to come first, picked by Crouch Potatoes.
Yep, and the second map will be on Clubhouse, which is picked by Team Kira Esports. And if things go south, say for an example, if Kira wins their own map and Team Crouch Potatoes wins their map Cafe, we will go in towards the decider, which will be on Skyscraper. What's more interesting about it is that we'd usually see maps like Oregon, Clubhouse, and Villa being played over and over again. But seeing a different map like Cafe Dostoyevsky from Crouch Potatoes and Skyscraper being the decider, it's an interesting one to see whether if Team Crouch Potatoes have something up their sleeves.
I mean, I certainly hope they do, because we don't get to see enough Skyscraper around these parts, and it becomes a bit of a, I wouldn't really try to be too harsh about it, but when you're seeing like Clubhouse and Oregon and Villa over and over again, it tends to get a little stale, right? So you want to change things up every now and again. Cafe is one such map, but we see Cafe fairly a lot, to be actually very specific here. We see Cafe quite a bit in South Asia, especially in the Pro Series, which, a reminder, Pro Series Season 3, Part 3, 3rd edition, whatever you want to call it, will be happening after the Community Cup, folks. Stay tuned for more news about that. On the same time, Clubhouse picked by Kid Esports. Interestingly enough, Crouch Potatoes have gone for attack first. They know what they're doing because attack second on Clubhouse is always a very good position to be in. Skyscraper, of course, we talked about plenty. We've seen a lot of Skyscraper, by the way, in the recently concluded Berlin Major of Rainbow Six. And I'm quite excited to see if any of those strategies, movement ideas, and so on and so forth are picked up by our teams, at least here for the Community Cup. If not, I mean, hiding strats and all that. We literally have G2 Esports in the running here, folks. So hiding strats and all that. Oh, there we go. We'll see whether or not that translates into Skyscraper play tonight or tomorrow, whenever we see Skyscraper again.
Yeah, but in order for Skyscraper to appear, Jack, we need to see whether if Kira Esports succeeds in their own map pick, and the same thing can be said to Team Crouch Potatoes too. So, whether or not Kira and Crouch Potatoes succeed in their own map picks, we're just stuck with map number 1 and 2. But talk about the recent matchups where Kira Esports were, trying to get qualified in the second qualifiers itself. It went all the way to map number 3, but in the end it was Kira Esports who did succeed in the end, and that's the main reason why they are here in the playoffs up against Team Crouch Potatoes. Now, just by saying the name Crouch Potatoes itself, it does bring a little smile to my face. Okay, all right. It brings a little smile to my face. Not quite sure what I said in that previous moment, but talk about Crouch Potatoes. While I was casting in second qualifiers, I keep repeating the same name over and over again. Crouch Potatoes, Crouch Potatoes, Crouch Potatoes win round 2, Crouch Potatoes win round 5. It's just sometimes it just brings so much puns into the table that I haven't discussed it thoroughly well with Jack. But now since we are here going up against Team Kira Esports with the first map, I am curious to know what kind of puns that we're going to have in this matchup here.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we'll be very thorough with the punnage, folks, as we always are. It's the B&B show. It's one of the things that you come to expect from the two of us here at the casting desk. Now, if you're wondering about the match, don't worry, we'll be going into it very shortly indeed. Once we have news of all the players in, ready, and raring to go, we will have the match starting off on your screens as well. So there's a little bit of time to wait. And like you said, Baba, Kira have been going to Decider match quite a bit recently, right? Decider maps in their BO3s recently, which is not quite the Kira Esports I think we all expected coming off of Pro Series season or edition 2, summer edition as it was called, of course. They ended up in 3rd place there as well. So it's been a bit of a drought for Kira. They've been trying to get into top 2, but they've always been stopped by, well, the top 2 of the region at this point, Mercenaries and Hunters LFO. The Titans, unbeatable as it seems for the time being. Mercenaries had such a stellar run as well in the summer edition of the Pro Series, only to get derailed once again by Hunters winning a 3-1 BO5 finals. And of course, not to be outdone, Mercenaries, they themselves, again, very good run in this Pro Series, similar to Kira. Nice run overall, Kira, although they definitely were feeling like the absence of a third who wasn't there until the match before their final match that they played, the lower bracket final, I believe that was, right? The decider match, sorry. Yeah, Kira went to deciders, fought against Mercenaries, and even with a third, and even with a very good competition given, a very good fight given to Mercenaries, they were not quite able to cross the line when they should have, and thus fell out of the running. Seems like ever since they've not had the best of times, again, going to deciders is not a bad thing. It means your opponent is doing really well. But for a team like Kid Esports, what we expect from them is, aggressive play that finishes off opponents quickly. And it seems like the more and more time passes, the more and more teams seem to figure out how to counter Kira. And Kira, on the other hand, while they've adapted somewhat, as seen in Pro Series 2, it's not been enough. So who knows, going into Pro Series 3, they might have some strategies up their sleeves. I don't know if we'll see them here in this Community Cup, but hey, if they show us, I'll be happy to, note things down as it were. My notepad's actually over there today. And just have them ready for a bit of storytelling in the next pro series. I mean, we get these threads all the time, right? One pro series to the other, one team wins, the other doesn't. There's that, so on and so forth. But sometimes some of these storylines continue on in other places where you wouldn't quite think to look, like the Community Cup that we are here at today. So I'm going to throw this over to you, Baba. Who do you think is going to start us off on Map Cafe with their first win of this
Oh boy.
series?
I just like it how you just give the predictions back to me immediately.
You're the prediction master. Let's be real here.
Look, that was just a fluke, all right, Jack.
Two
It was
times?
just a fluke. It was
times.
just a fluke,
Two
Jack.
times.
I didn't said. Look, in the first prediction, I just said it would go all the way 3-0, and Hunters would win. All right, that's all I said. I didn't said anything about 3-0. All right, but yeah, talk about the predictions that I have to talk about from Kira versus Crouch Potatoes. I'm pretty sure that Kira Esports would end it on a decider. The main reason why I'm saying decider is because we saw the second qualifiers back then, right? And this is the Community Cup after all. It's all fun. It's all funs and games, but Kira Esports, in most second qualifiers that I've seen in the Community Cup, they are not good when it comes to attack coordination or any attack executes. And Kira Esports, they have the higher end when it comes to winning a lot of attack rounds. So I'm pretty sure that when we take a look at the map select screen itself, we saw that on first map, it's Cafe Dostoevsky with Kira Esports being the one on attack. And the same thing cannot be said on map number 2 Clubhouse, is because Kira Esports are on defense first. So Kira Esports, although I'm pretty sure that they will rack up a lot of wins on attack on map Cafe Dostoevsky, but on Clubhouse, I could say that Crouch Potatoes could win it out on second map.
Now, that's interesting that you say that, right? Map number 1 is actually Crouch Potatoes' pick, Cafe Dostoevsky. So you're pitting Kira Esports to win on a Cafe, which is well, it's not quite something that they're particularly known for. I mean, Villa, yes, they do very well on Villa. They do very well on Clubhouse, all of the usual maps that we know. Hell, their skyscraper performances were also not quite bad, although not quite the same compared to someone like Mercenaries. So there's definitely room there for Kira Esports to, have another map as something in their arsenal. And if, what you said comes true, well, then I'll just take another L in terms of the predictions. So, just another day at the office, right?
But you're not taking an L, Jack. You're not taking an L. Here's the thing. Not all predictions come true, folks. And I'm pretty sure that this would not end up on a decider, I'm just saying this quite the opposite. But yeah, I'm saying that this will go on deciders and Kira Esports will win it out. But let's just see where the match coming in play. We would be able to determine what's going to happen, though.
Absolutely. And the match will come into play very soon indeed, folks. We're just waiting on a bit more confirmation and we'll get straight to the match. I know. Caster, start the game already, all that stuff. And we all want to get into the game. Don't get me wrong. Me and Baba here, we want to get into the match just as much as you do. But sometimes these delays, technical difficulties, all that stuff happen. But, it's interesting. I will keep in mind, that Cafe is Crouch Potatoes' pick, and a lot of teams have been taking Kira to Cafe lately. So I'm interested in seeing how Crouch Potatoes goes about handling themselves on that map. And of course, on top of that, you have the Clubhouse pick by Kira Esports, which Kira is decent at Clubhouse, but sometimes they have been known to slip up and fall flat when they should have probably won the entire match. It's happened before. It's happened to some of the biggest teams of the region before, and some of the biggest teams in the world stage as well, right? We saw a couple of very big comebacks in the Berlin Major as well, but those were reserved to some of the slightly, I would say, newer maps, right, in the map pool, like, say, Skyscraper or so on and so forth. So on a Clubhouse, will a comeback like that happen? It's happened before in SA, so never say never, folks. But at the same time, it all depends on how Cafe goes. Our production's having a laugh at that one. But Cafe, well, we'll have to see how that goes and how Crouch Potatoes decides to set the stage here, because they're the ones, after all, who picked that map.
Yep. Absolutely. For now, we just have to wait for the players to arrive in the lobby and ensure that we have already confirmations being made from both Kira as well as Crouch Potatoes. But since we talked a lot about the match, we talked about the teams, how about we talk about the future of Rainbow Six Siege with the introduction of Operation Brutal Swarm? Bring in the newest operator Grem, which almost fits in on Intel attackers for which has a similar gadget like the Lion. It kind of works as a projectile based beehive that can give away your information for around 3 to 4 times. But what's the major changes of it all is that they've changed all of the recoils of the weapons. You can include, there's a lot of attachments that you can have on the recent weapons in which you do not. Introduction of 1.5x scopes on every single weapons that you see in a game of Rainbow Six Siege, and tons of changes regarding some nerfs on the secondary gadgets. Let's not forget about the new secondary gadgets that they're going to bring it out. It's the EMP, Impact's EMP,
Oh
which
yeah.
will bring a whole lot of changes for the attackers. And I'm pretty sure that we would see a lot of gridlocks being played around, because gridlock, she also has the track stingers, and also she has the impact EMPs, which could help their team on opening up the walls with quick succession. And I'm pretty sure a bandit spec rate would increase a lot when you think about it, don't you think, Jack?
I mean, I think we're headed into something like that. Bandit and Mute will become absolutely important, essential even operators for the defense. Well, maybe not Bandit. Some sites, of course, you'd want a Kaid, right? But at the end of the day, when you're dealing with an EMP impact, which is basically just the same kind of EMP that Thatcher throws, but on a much smaller radius, it'll get difficult, right? Hatches are going to be much harder to defend, even with Kaid available. So Clubhouse will probably see, once the patch goes live, of course, in a few weeks from now, we'll probably start seeing, take the map Clubhouse, right, that we're going to today. Normally you have a Thatcher, Heart Breacher, and a Kaid ban on that map. 3 bans that are pretty much set in stone. With this new secondary gadget, banning Thatcher it'll just become more solidified, right? If you have a mini Thatcher in your pocket, why do you need the real guy? Plus, you can bring Maverick and just deal with all the reinforced walls and hatches. Like, it isn't a problem anymore, right? And on top of that, you can just Kaid, the Kaid bans become completely pointless, right? Because Kaid is negated. You already have Maverick taking care of hatches where no other hard breacher can. And now you have this little softball that's just going to completely ruin your plans anyway. Impact tricking is going to become very important on places that allow it. Clubhouse Kitchen Hatch, for instance, very important that you impact trick it out, unless you want that hatch to be open and your dreams to be falling, just like the attackers threw that hatch into the site. With all that being said, folks, Clubhouse will have to save for later. Cafe Dostoevsky will be going live on your screens. We're going straight into the game as the teams are ready. So let's not keep you waiting any longer. Match number one of the playoffs with the ban phase starting now.
Yep, the ban phase it is for Map Cafe Dostoevsky, and I'm pretty sure a Thatcher and a Mira will be banned no matter what map it is. It's just the only difference is would Kira Esports ban Thatcher and Mira, or would it be Team Crouch Potatoes? And I'm pretty sure that Kira Esports would do it. Although, on the other hand, Crouch Potatoes will decide to ban in the Flores, because you don't want those explosive RC rateros to destroy their important gadgets or utilities, such as the barbed wires and deployable shields, so Flores won't be available as of now. Kira Esports, I'm pretty sure that they will take out the Thatcher, of course. Yeah, there you go. Thatcher has been banned nonetheless. And as expected, though, unless and until when Operation Brutal Swarms appears, for now, Thatcher will be benched on every single match you see. It's always unfortunate for Thatcher mains out there that that his utility won't be put to good use. And there you go. Mira will be banned nonetheless. Crouch Potatoes, on the other hand, has the ability to ban any defensive operators. They could ban in Melusi, they could ban in Valkyrie, although I've seen a lot of bans regarding on Valkyrie's end, mainly because she has a lot of information that can follow it up with the C4 play. But all in all, I've seen some teams decided to ban on Melusi, but for now it will be the Valkyrie nonetheless. And there you go, that's the end of the ban phase. The standard bans, which will be the Thatcher and the Mira, and the other bans, Flores and Valkyrie, will be banned out at the side of Team Crouch Potatoes. As we resume back to round number one, the site will be on third floor bar and cocktail lounge, as we see a bit of a banters being made from both the teams. We still have the same operator select, no changes in that. And let's see how Kira Esports will proceed on their attack.
This should be interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. Attack first on Cafe always is basically the side you want to be if you want to set the stage in your favor. And that is exactly what Kira Sports have found themselves on here and now. Mind you, the Valkyrie bands will be helping them quite a bit, but Flores on Cafe has shown that he is quite useful when it comes to taking care of utility, like you mentioned earlier on this map, right? So very interesting bands. Of course, we're going to see a ton of Azami. Cafe, again, in the Berlin Major, if you've been keeping up, we saw a lot of Azami on maps like Oregon, even on Clubhouse, on Cafe, on Skyscraper. Azami is one of those defenders who really is shaking up how the defenders play around a given map. And that is why she is probably one of the most valuable additions in recent Rainbow Six history, right? Bar something like Mira to the defender side, or Maestro, right? Or Echo. She's up there with those same operators. But right now, we're going to be focusing on the attack phase as it gets started. Kira Esports, of course, as we know to expect, the Finka, the Iana, the Nomad, it is all there, along with a hard breacher and a soft breacher.
Yep. Everything is set in motion for Kira Esports. Every single utilities prepped and ready for the attackers to make their play on third floor bar, and so does the defenders. Vinci, on the other hand, will just make some quick reinforcements towards third floor cigar lounge, and apparently Dark Lord might be standing still. I believe he has some issues on connectivities, but hopefully he should be back without having any problems from his end. But talk about Kira Esports, you still have one of the players, Atharv, who's just walking, who is currently watching his back for his teammates. Ensure none of those flank watches would appear from Crouch Potatoes end. And I'm pretty sure that Crouch Potatoes will not play this aggressively. They'll just play it passively towards third floor bar, which means the entirety of first and second is entirely clear, except the wide stairs where Violet is.
Drones are going to come out from Amr right here, once again on that white stairs corridor, or piano door corridor, whatever you want to call it. No kills yet. So many bullets have been traded, but Violet taking out the drone and Shrisha taking out Dark Lord. That's your first kill right there, as Vinci has also been downed. There goes Naughty Ushrit, and it is all falling apart very quickly for the Crouch Potatoes here. They have not gotten a singular kill yet. Grenades out, and that does find Violet as well. And there's the last kill. Flawless round to start us off. Kira Esports, strong start.
Yep, a strong start it is for Kira Esports, and I believe a pause might be requested from Team Crouch Potatoes, especially Dark Lord, who had a bit of a problem from his end. He wasn't moving an inch, right? By the time a round came to a start,
there it is.
we haven't seen them move a bit, and yeah, there you go. A pause will be requested, and Dark Lord was staying still. Like he didn't even move an inch. He didn't even use his ADS. So I'm pretty sure with the problems that Crouch Potatoes needs to be fixed, it shouldn't be much of a problem for Kira Esports though. They won round number 1. It was a flawless round win after all. The grenades were cooked to perfection. Atharv was watching flanks, and by the time he arrived from the white stairs, he gets the last final kill with a one tap to the head on third floor.
I mean, that basically was how the round panned out. Yes, thank you for the summary right there. And as we wait for whatever's going on with Dark Lord to, be taken care of, we're going to be, come back to us in just a sec. At least we might. I'm not entirely sure. But anyhow, for the time being, Kira Esports with a strong start. That's what you want on Cafe. Like we said before, setting the stage on Cafe as attackers first is very important. If the defenders are the ones who end up setting the stage, well, you're looking at a rough time on the first half. Second half, it might go your way depending on how, the defenders, now attackers, end up playing. But that, of course, leaves you at their mercy. You're playing their game now, and that's not something you should be doing. You should be playing your game, dictating the rules of the match, and that's what Kira Esports wants to do, as we saw in the first round. Now, of course, it didn't help that Dark Lord, whatever's going on with them is going on with them, and we hope it gets resolved soon. But at the same time, how are they going to really bounce back from a flawless start from Kira? Well, I'll tell you how. They'll probably try to play. I butchered that sentence a second ago. Aggression with aggression. Fight fire with fire, as they say. And as they're able to, play as aggressive as they want to, because hey, it's South Asia, aggression is the name of the game here. They'll probably, get a couple of rounds here and there. Depending on that, are they going to be able to establish momentum or shift it in their favor? That's what we want to see here, as it seems like the ready confirmations are coming in, which means the timer will resume in just a short second here, folks. Don't worry. Once we get the ready from both sides, got to make sure of that, right? Got to make sure all the teams are ready and comfortable. And there we go. Round number 2 will be resuming. Thankfully, not a big break here. We are going right back into the match. Round 2, the sight remains the same from the defense.
Yep, and Kira Esports, I'm pretty sure they'll do exactly the same thing that they did on round number 1. Just gain access from Cigar, watch flanks from a turf. I mean, just the usual stuff. There should be no changes after all. And yeah, for Team Crouch Potatoes though, Dark Lord still standing there.
Again?
Yeah, he's still. Maybe he's just playing a game of standing still, not moving a muscle.
Yeah. It's Drax, right? They've unlocked what is it? That skill that Drax was talking about, right? If you stand so incredibly still, then you become invisible.
Yep.
And then attacker's gonna come and actually shoot him in the head, and then he'll figure out that actually no, that's not the case. I'm
yeah,
just
there you
joking.
go. I mean, he's back. He's back. That's the good part about Dark Lord. Yep, he's finally back. That's good to know. I mean, you could say that what Drax said was actually true. Maybe you could be invisible, because after 5 minutes, after like around 10 seconds, if you're inactive, you'd get disconnected, right? So technically, he is invisible.
Yeah, but I don't think that applies to custom matches. It applies to every other game mode in the game. But I don't think that applies to custom matches. I'll have to test it out later tonight. Who knows? Maybe it's a secret change in the test server after all. Test server's live, by the way. Go play it. Anyhow, going into round number 2, once again, the grenades are going to start flying. There we go. Flit with 1. Not going to find anyone off of that. The Finka. First grenade used up. A charge will go through. Pings are done. Onto where Ashut's position is. But as the Asami, there you go. Portable walls, literally, as an operator. ADSs are there to protect as well, but it will not be for long. Exposes the head just enough. And the Finka finds her mark. First blood.
Yeah, Fritz's performance in this previous qualifiers has done an exceptional job.
Oh, no.
An accidental DK from Death Armor. That to taking out a Thurv. That's got to be a huge punch in the back for Kira.
I'll tell you what. That reduction to the grenade's destructive range that they're bringing, I'm pretty sure, a Thurv is going to be very happy about that now.
Yeah, Thurv would be like, you know what? I'm just gonna wait for 5 or 6 days. But focusing on the matches, we see Shrisha gets the better hand, gaining the advantage on man count, equalizing it 3-3. And with him slowly gaining an inch towards the cigar lounge, we see Team Crouch Potatoes having a bit of a problem from their end. And we see Fled not wasting any time at all, using the Adrenal Surge to gain control on Cigar. And he also has support from his team too. So all they've got to do is just remove at least one of the players. Maybe remove Violet out from the site, or maybe Vinci, who's still in towards that small room. Talk about Kira Esports, although they're wasting a lot of time, at least they're gaining some coverage. They're nearby towards the site. It's just that the chokeholds that Crouch Potatoes have, it's a bit strong. And once they remove it, they'll make an exceptional push, that's for sure.
I mean, yeah, that's basically how a kind of push on Cafe goes, right? Ooh, nearly found one there, but another one does go down. That is Violet off the board, thanks to the Nomad this time around with the RX. But no, where are you going, Mizro? That's going to be Mojo taking the kill. C4 goes out, but doesn't find anyone, leaving it once again in a 2v2 man-to-man situation. Beautifully done right there from Vinci, coming around piano, finds one. Finka will down one of the remaining defenders. Shots fired through the gap, the line of sight. Flit will need to run straight back into the site, and there he goes. But Vinci is down below, trying to go for a C4 play potentially, but no pings are out. Locations being given away by the downed operator. Comes around, C4's out, and it finds the Finka. Beautifully done by Vinci in the 1v2 clutch right there. And that is going to be an easy as you please defusal, or counter defusal, I should say. And the round will go to Crouch Potatoes.
Crouch Potatoes for the win. As you can see, the beautiful example being shown around from Thunderbird. We will see them win round number 2, equalizing the score count 1-1. And also, yes, on the replay as well. Round number 3 is a go. And I'm pretty sure the Crouch Potatoes will head in on the side first floor kitchen and service cooking. And in that site, Kira Esports' main objective is to see whether if they can get control on Train Museum. That's where they could open up their vertical lines of sight, see if they can take out players one by one. And talk about Kira Esports' push that had happened on round number 2. You saw how slow and methodical they were on getting control on Cigar. But once they've got the control, once they've removed players out, you saw how Mojo he just didn't even let the players from Kira Esports make an attempt. And I'm quite not sure what Forger was doing at that moment. It would have been best for him to just plant near the site, or maybe just plant near the freezer place on the default plant. But yeah, that kind of mistakes did give Crouch Potatoes the necessary win that they need. And that too, Forger had the diffuser in hand, right? Losing a gunfight like that without having any nuance or a presence of any player just holding towards that particular place out did give away Kira Esports' success on winning round number 2. Round number 2 should have been Kira Esports' round.
Oh,
Couch
absolutely.
Potatoes getting that kill from, Mojo getting that kill was so important. They eventually did ended up equalizing it 1-1.
Now with a little spawn pick here, Vinci. Interesting decision being made by the Malusi. 2 of the Banshees still in their pocket, but they're just going to hold it in. Hold the, Banshees in, as it were. And there we go. Disengages from the active angle they were playing just a second ago. Tried to find someone by the van side of the attacker spawn, but no, it'll be Dark Lord to find the first instead. Not sure what the third was up to by the White Stairs door, but whatever it was, it did not play out the way they would have expected. First kill goes to the Jaeger. Dark Lord finally showing up to the match. First kill on the board for them as well. As Flit has tracked a Thunderbird. Fresh tracks as well. But the Thunderbird is very much back in the sight, running all the way down. And Dark Lord finds another Death Hammer this time. That's your sledge gone. So verticality is no longer too much of a power, I should say, for the attack. They still got the Jackal, but without the sledge, it'll become a little bit more harder for them.
Yeah. Without the help of Death Hammer and a third, which could have been very important for them to at least get an opening pick or two, it's just Dark Lord who gets the better at it. Double kill from this man right here. And in a minute and 30 seconds left for Kira Esports to make their push. They don't have the necessary utilities, or should I say, with the required man count that they need to come back. It's a 3v5 situation, and with the decent amount of information that they've gained from the attack drones from the hands of Flit, might be able to see the whereabouts of Nordiyashvets's place. He has the angle, but all he requires is just a minor distraction, maybe a grenade or a ping like that. Help out give away Kapkan's location, but he will stay still. And because of that, they're going to lose a lot of time here, Jack. They only have 50 seconds. Do you really think that Kira Esports can win this?
50 on the clock, and they're going for the breach towards the backside, but the meat jammers are there. Not quite all the way, mind you, because of course the radius was changed recently, and thus the breach will still go off on the freezer wall. Took a lot of time to get there, but mind you, they still have just enough time to get in there, get the plant off. At least that's what I would say, if they had actually gotten the body count advantage or even an equalizer. They don't. They are going in to the situation without full preparation, and if you miss your shots like that, things are going to be very difficult indeed. Trisha finds one though. Violet goes down, C4's out, but there we go. Capcan traps are erupting. Dark Lord is erupting as well. Flit finds Ushrit, but it's a 1v3 with only 10 on the clock, and is found by Dark Lord as well. A very quick sequence of events that ultimately leads to Crouch Potatoes taking another round and Kira Esports taking another loss.
Yep. Unfortunate that Kira Esports had to lose in a situation like that. Losing initial rounds itself, they lost 2 at the hands of Dark Lord. And once they realized that they cannot get control on Train Museum, mainly because Sledge was already gone, it was difficult. I mean, you even saw them make a full-on frontal push towards the hallway side of Brown Stairs, but anything more than that, at that round itself, you saw how many times it was wasted, and even though Flit decides to get the clearance out of Naughty Yashid from that courtroom, they only had 40 seconds left, and he was all by himself, and he need to find all 3 players. So looking at the situation, you could see how well Crouch Potatoes have been playing. They're playing on time. They know exactly what kind of push that Kira Esports will do. They know exactly who would be the initial players are. Flet or maybe Death Armor. Actually, Death Armor and Atharv are usually the ones who get the opening pick. But sometimes you have Flet. And Flet can be a surprising factor where we could see Crouch Potatoes lose a body or two. Because talk about the second qualifiers matchup that I was casting alongside with Cresto. He was doing a lot of good work when it comes to initial opening picks. So you have three fraggers, Flet, Death Armor, and Atharv, who can usually get those aggressive picks out, see whether if they can get an opening peg or maybe remove the players out of the equation for Crouch Potatoes in a way that it could be influential for Kira Esports to come back. And maybe this might be the time Naughty Ashrit gets caught out, and just like that, we see Death Armor gets the opening pick just like that.
That's a good kill right there. Arshrit is down. Having a pretty quiet map so far, but no Dark Lord from Red Stairs. And Death Armor is going to be down on a Frost mat as well. Pog mat, as they say. Useful even in death. That is the Frost right there. Trisha has been taken down, mind you. That means no more Heart Breach for the rest of this round. Pretty big, point of contention right there. Dark Lord, once again, being the sneaky player, the influentially sneaky player that we know that he is, getting that kill. Leaving Kira Esports once again in a man-count equalized situation. You have the ping going off that Death Armor is firing towards, but not gonna get the shot just yet. Another ping goes out. They know where that defender is. They just can't quite seem to get him, and that's the problem. Minute 30 on the clock. Plenty of time to, set up verticality and all the usual stuff. Hatch will be broken. That's gonna send the defender into a bit of a frenzy. No, not quite, not enough. Mojo's gonna go down. That's the Thunderbird off the board. Flashbang's going off in the meanwhile towards the Hatch grenade as well. Violet falling down to Laundry just in a time. C4's out, but it won't matter. Dark Lord's up there causing all kinds of chaos. And he's going to get another. It's a quad kill. He's on for the ace. Atharv, you had better watch out. Dark Lord is out for blood. He's going down the white stairs trying to find what it's a 1v3, mind you. Very possible. Depends on how he plays the situation, though. All three defenders are in the sights. And there you go. White stairs is within Dark Lord's peruse. But no, Atharv will take him down. And get another, though. Not quite loses sight of the cap can at the wrong time. 1v2 with 40 seconds. He's got to be careful of every single corner. Beautiful shot, triple kill for Atharv. He's on for the quad. He's also on for maybe a plant. He does have the diffuser. But no, he's going to be killed instead. And oh no!
No, not like this.
Not like this. The cap can trap comes in clutch. You had a quad kill from Dark Lord. You had a triple kill from the Iana. But who's the MVP of the round? That's right. It's the square little device at the edge of the door.
That actually did remind me of a line that Glass said. What does an artist and a sniper have in common? Details.
I don't know why you're quoting Glass when Capcom was the one who, said the...
he's also from the same division, right?
Yeah, I know, but Glass is all about details, where Capcom is literally just, what was it? Even a real hunter knows to watch his step or something like that. I forgot the code, actually. It's been so long since I've heard it.
Yeah.
But I was setting myself up for a joke there. I became the joke instead. I'm sorry.
No, to be honest, I was actually trying to quote a line from Capcan, but even I also forgot what the line was. So I decided, you know what? How about we just ask his friend Glass? And since his line was good, I decided to take his line instead. But yeah. Anywho, round number 5. What a way to end off round number 4 with a bang. And now we see Crouch Potatoes happily 3-1.
3-1.
Now they're 3-1, and they are here to put themselves on a 4-1 scoreline in round number 5, where it can be a possibility. And talk about Kira Esports, who had the upper hand when it comes to getting the early pick. Getting caught on a frost mat like that from Naughty Ashrit's end is just very unexpected, Not only just that, an EDD to just complete the round on round number 4. it's a complete different scenario. That's the main reason why we have this community cups, right? You have this randomness that you'd never expect what's going to happen on both Kira Esports end or from Crouch Potatoes. And when I say Kira Esports, the accidental team kill that had happened from the grenade, and maybe this grenade from Flit might work out though. Will that connect? Yes, it does. There goes Dark Lord, and so does Death Armor from Vinci C4. Now it looks like the battle of the utilities here, Jack.
Battle of the explosives, exactly, Baba. As two bodies have been taken, Deathmar and Darklord. Darklord, mind you, I would argue more influential given how he's been playing in this match. Missed out on the first 2 rounds. Okay, the second round, not so much. Darklord was actually pretty influential on the second round. Missed out on the first round due to some technical difficulties, as it were, but now they're going 8-4, as in the meanwhile, Violet's going to go up to 0-5. Not exactly the best map they're having alongside Naughty Ushrit. So Darklord's really having to, or was having to, pick up the pace for a lot of the rest of the team, as Flit will get the refrag onto Mojo right there for the kill onto Shrisha. Ushrit nearly got his first right there, but not quite. Again, not quite able to get these kills. They know where they are. They know where the intel is. But the thing is, their strategy often revolves around letting Darklord loose, right? And without Darklord, as you can see, they are struggling to keep up. One utility trade that's something, right? But you also have to get the jump on the attackers. Kira is very, very happy to play aggressive as soon as they get that first kill. Maybe you could try taking that against them. Oh, dear me. Disconnect at the wrong time, but Vinci does find the planter. Actually, wait a minute. That's a third down. And at 35 seconds, that's probably the worst thing to happen. Another kill. No, not quite Forger. Oh, never mind. Just stroll on into the site. And Flit, there we go. Taken clean off the board. And that, my friends, is Kira Esports once again losing a round that they absolutely should have won.
Yeah. Crouch Potatoes. What a way to end off round number 5 too. 4-1, and it was all down to that Thunderbird who had won that gunfight. A spear with a suppressor. Maybe he's prepping himself for the next, for the next operation, right? Operation Brutal Swarm, where suppressor. Suppress. What? I don't know what just happened from that. Suppressor doesn't have a damage debuff. Where usually when you equip a suppressor, you'd usually have a negative 10 damage reduction, mainly because you're equipping that particular attachment. Now that does not happen in the next patch. So what I'm curious to know is whether if suppressors play a vital role in these next. In the next operation might be a huge deciding factor to it, Jack. Don't you think about that?
I mean, I do quite like this change, right? Suppressors not being, not taking away the damage that you will be dealing with the gun of your choice. Overall, I'd say that's a pretty decent change, pretty good change. Depends on how, it affects the overall selection of attachments, right? Because, again, attachments and general zoom scopes are being unlocked for basically every gun in the game, minus a couple of key choices, like I think Wamai's MP5K and I think Legion is getting it. I think I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to go to the list. It's such a long list and so needlessly complicated. But just say that everyone's getting a 1.5 and these attackers are losing this thing. Right? You don't have to do the plus this, minus this, plus what is this, trigonometry? What are we, back in high school math? Anyhow,
theorem.
Rant about weird decisions in blog posts over, folks. I just had to go off on a bit of a tangent there. I feel like the communication can be a bit better on that front. Anyhow, going back to the match at hand, going back to the question at hand, actually, I do feel like, maybe playing the Spear Suppressor is Vinci's idea of getting ready for the next patch, as it were. But hey, it is what it is, right? For the time being, we are just going to have to wait and see as to what these teams can bring out for us. Again, we are in a rehost, if you're wondering exactly what's going on, and we are just waiting for the players to rejoin back. We did mention that I think it was Violet who had the issue. I think it's a power cut as well. Mm-hmm. So we might be here for a while, as it were. We might be here for a while. It is a power cut, confirmed now by production. So, we hope you've got your popcorn ready, folks, because it's time for the B&B show once again. All things considered, though, I will say, overall, this match has been interesting. Crouch Potatoes clearly know what they're doing on Cafe. Kid Esports, I would hazard a guess that they don't, because well, the last 4 rounds are quite something, isn't it? Round one was a flawless on third floor bar for Kita Esports, and then it's been Crouch Potatoes for the next four. We're going to be going into round six in a 4-1 currently for Crouch Potatoes, looking to completely shut down Kita ASAP, because I guess they've got a train ride that they've RSVP'd over to the next map, Clubhouse. Cafe and Clubhouse in the lore are in different places of the world, so that is a thing that bears remembering. Anyhow, overall, I would say round five is probably the worst round that Kita have played so far in this match, mind you, not in their history. And I don't mean that too harshly. They had a good moment in the mid round, right? Where even if they lost a body, they traded it back instantly. And they kept it at a 4v3, nearly a 4v2 for so long. One of the defenders was actually downed until, I think, who was it? A Turf playing Diana, going in for the plant, and just got caught out on default position. And
actually, it was Violet, yeah.
It was Violet, right?
No, actually not Violet.
Violet
it was Forger. It was Forger.
Yeah, Forger. Sorry. Yeah, Forger, who went in trying to get the plan down on, well, clearly an exposed position, right? Because the defenders were able to take him down, and it kind of just all fell apart from there. So it is what it is. Got to be careful of those mistakes, Kid Esports. Come on, guys. You can do better than that. But yeah, again, it is what it is for this matchup. Kid Esports, they should have won round number 5. They didn't. And so the last round before the half, they are 1-4 down and looking mighty shaky right about now.
Yes, they are. And if I was in Kira's position, say if they're having a lot of problems on the freezer side, wouldn't it be better if you just bring in the Osa instead? You have the bulletproof shield, and of course she's not banned. You could just bring her bulletproof not bulletproof cams, the bulletproof shield, and place it in a way where you can feel safe while you're going in for the plant. Of course, you still need to, you still need to be worried about C4s and impacts, but it still gives you a strong foundation on fortifying that place, knowing that you might lose a lot of gunfights and the defenders might have a huge control point on their site itself. Bringing that shield would bring them a bit of a protection, and even more so, if that's not working out, you could just bring in the Montaigne, like the extended shield. You can just play behind it, go for the plant, and see whether if that works out or not. But the main concern has to be control on freezer. So either you get control on Cigar, make a hole on opening up freezer and remove that player out. I'm pretty sure that the site on third floor bar would definitely not be in the hands for Team Kira Esports, especially being the ones on attack. And knowing about the stat wise, we see Flit always opening up on the first kill. 2 kills in this entire first half itself for the past 5 rounds. First kill 2, and the same thing can also be said from Dark Lord's end. 1 kill, 1 first kill, and having both Vinci and Dark Lord have 8 kills respectively on the first half clearly shows that even if Dark Lord does get picked out quite early in the defensive round, you still have your backup Vinci who can take care of the situation from the side itself. Now, when it comes to the attackers side from Kira Esports, we don't see a lot of plays being made from Death Amar's side or from a Tharv. And according to the stats that's been given from Camper himself, 5 and 2 kills, meanwhile them having 4 deaths respectively. The cost percentage is almost around 80 to 87%. So they are, however, not looking good when it comes to the attack side. But on second half, maybe there is a chance for Team Kira Esports to come back. So, yeah. What do you think about that, Jack? Is there a way for Kira Esports not winning a lot of attack rounds, but maybe coming back on second half can be a possibility for them?
I mean, there's definitely, a chance, right, for Kira Esports to make a comeback, especially if the map turns out to be defender sided, right? Because Cafe is one of those maps that's kind of 50-50. It kind of swings one way, kind of swings the other. Depends on how the teams are playing on the given map on that day. Now, all things considered, I feel like today Cafe might turn out to be defender-sided. Kid Esports might mount a comeback in the second half, but at the same time, is it really possible for them to do so, given the way they're playing? It's both a yes and a no, because I feel like they probably are capable, given the team that they're playing, they're definitely capable of it, right? They're capable of making a comeback in a situation like this. But the team on paper looks good. But does the team play good in actual practice, right? And that, unfortunately, I don't think has been quite there for them this time around. And that's a bit of a shame, right? Because again, round five really showed us how they're playing, and it's not good, not particularly good. Losing a 4v3, nearly 4v2, the way they did by having the diffuser dropped in front of the remaining two defenders and then losing everyone on just trying to get that diffuser back under control. There was no freezer control. That was the biggest part, right? Baba highlighted it a second ago. No freezer control, and whatever little cigar control they had was pretty much useless because the defenders just played cocktail lounge and freezer. So that's something that definitely needs to be addressed in the Kira camp here. Because I was saying in the middle of that round, Dark Lord was gone, right? You got him early. That's a big play right there. Because Dark Lord is the leader in terms of kills, in terms of the most weapon efficiency against the Kira team. So they got him. But then they fumbled the ball anyway. And that just kind of led on to the round being lost the way it did. Anyhow, the update on the match, the teams are almost all back in. We're just waiting on the final player and a ready confirmation here and there, or if any other news comes in, we will inform you accordingly, folks. But right now, it seems like we'll just be here for another couple of minutes, probably, and as soon as we have the ready confirmation in, we will be going into the match. You know how it goes, as it were. South Asia, folks, is the Community Cup. Expect these sorts of pauses and rehosts for a while, as it were. It's become an inside joke at this point for everybody in this region and everybody outside of this region, because there are some who've left the region since, right? There's a higher education and stuff like that, and pursuing life goals, as it were. Production's having a laugh with us as well. We can't quite share those jokes on stream, but hey, it is what it is. But yeah, that's pretty much everything about the match so far. Baba talked the stats as well. What I'm really interested in is the fact that Naughty Ashrit in 5 rounds so far has gotten counted 1 kill so far. Not quite characteristic of Ashrit. He usually gets a couple of kills, even if he's a support player. He likes to be a little aggressive, a little bit in the attacker's faces in the late round. So the fact that he hasn't been able to is a little concerning, I would say, for the side of Kira. They definitely want him to get a few more before the half switches, and he switches back to a more traditional attacker support who just plays on the back foot constantly in the entire round. As for the rest of the team, well, as we have seen before, Deathamar, Shrisha, they're doing what they can. So is Forger. But again, just not quite all there for them. Atharv's also picking up in terms of kills, but the rest of the team isn't quite doing the same. And support is one thing, don't get me wrong. Support players do a ton of work for any given team, but it just isn't all there. Vinci and Darklord, for instance, are currently leading in terms of kills and 8 kills each, which is quite a lot, right? And these stats will play a big role going into the rest of the match. Speaking of which, the rest of the match is going to be coming back very shortly now, and I know I've said that a couple of times, but very shortly, because we've got all the team members in, all the 10 players that is, and we've got the ready confirmation from both Kira and Crash Potatoes. So without further ado, folks, we are going to be going back to the match right here, right now. Just, again, going through a check to make sure everything is okie dokie, and it is. So, with all that said, let's get back into Cafe Dostoevsky and enjoy the match between Kira Esports and Crouch Potatoes.
Yep, we are back after a lengthy rehost to 4-1. 4 rounds in favor for Team Crouch Potatoes and 1 round win attack at the hands of Kira Esports. It was a flawless win in round number 1. And now with round number 6 coming in play, Kira Esports, they've lost a lot of momentum for the past 4 rounds. Can they get it back on the side kitchen service / cooking? We see some changes being made from the operators, especially Capita being brought out from Atharv, and you see Forger bringing in the Lion. A lot of information from the Lion's E1D and Atharv's Capita, which can shoot fixating fire or smoke bolts accordingly if they have to, proceed with the execute on the side, or do you want to remove players out of that safe spot that he's been holding on for a very long time? So round number 6, with that being a go, the main focus for Kira Esports is to ensure that none of the plays from Dark Lord should be available for him, because he's the one who's been taking a lot of heavy shots. And once they remove Dark Lord out, they need to figure out a way on ensuring whether if Winseek should not be able to make his own plays from the site itself. So having that control on Train Museum, like I said on round number 2, would be helpful for Kira Esports to make an angle, see whether if they can get a pick or two, or finding a situation where it's influential for the attackers. But let's see how well it would work out in the action phase itself. With all the operators prepped and ready, they just need some information regarding the players' whereabouts, and I kind of like how they've made their setup in Bakery. A lot of holes being made from the prep room, as well as holes being made from the site itself. It kind of feels like it's more of like the defenders are making a very good hold. There's a long angles that the defenders really need to be careful about. So once the attackers make their way from the doorway, they've been trapped, mainly because there's footholds being made from the defensive side. And Dark Lord, okay, not quite sure what happened from Athav's end. He decides to vault in on the windows of Small Bakery and gets caught at a very bad end.
Now that's not how the Capital should be playing in a round like this. As the C4 comes in from Mojo, that is going to be Forger off the board. Armor is now down, and there goes another kill. Mojo is clearly bringing the heat in the round. Dark Lord finishes off Deathamer right there, leaves Shrisha in a 1v5. None of the defenders are even touched this round. Yeah, they have not been hit. Even if they have been, the Thunderbird is there to heal them back up very quickly indeed. Sees the head of one Shrisha. Not quite able to get that. Does find the C4 thrower, i.e. Naughty Ushrit right there. Gets another. These are kills just being fed, as it were, to this lone ace. But hey, literally it was a 1v5. You can afford to lose a couple of players here. There is 66 seconds on the clock as well. So plenty of time to readjust, to get your bearings, and get this team out of here. As the breach will go off, Shrisha opening up a little line of sight. Seen on the cam, shots fired, and there he goes, trading with Dark Lord as Crouch Potatoes seal the first half, 5-1.
5-1. The hands of Team Crouch Potatoes. This is their map pick after all on Map Cafe Dostoevsky. And I'm pretty sure when it comes to making predictions like this, it is confirmed that I'm actually not good at this. And the first thing that I did, it was an entire fluke. Round number 7, 5-1.
Right.
On the attack side, with Team Crouch Potatoes being the one on attack, you could say that Kira Esports can at least, defend the side on third floor, unless and until we see some miraculous plays being made from either Dark Lord or from Mojo's hand. I'm pretty sure that their main concern, their biggest concern, has to ensure that freezer control should be in the hands of Crouch Potatoes, right?
I mean, if Crouch Potatoes' attack is anything like the defense that they have shown, I feel like Crouch Potatoes is winning this hand over foot, right? There's really not much left for Kira to do or say here, other than to be completely, turned over and try to make a comeback on Clubhouse, which, I don't know, I have this lingering feeling that they actually might, just to take us all the way to the decider map, to show us how they've been practicing on Skyscraper. I have a feeling, but I'm not gonna, stake any claims just yet. If we do go to Skyscraper, folks, I'll be sure to get my popcorn in the break between maps, because Skyscraper should be an absolute humdinger of a game. But right now, going into round number 7. First round of the second half here, some final bits and pieces of the whole being put into place. Interestingly enough, a Warden in play by Shrisha, and that would be a pretty solid move had it been for the fact that, there aren't that many flashbangs or smoke grenades to worry about. You know what there is to worry about, though? Bullets to the face. Deathamer goes down. That's a Romai off the board.
Yeah, already we see Kira Esports lose one of their important players, Deathhammer. Romai won't be available, and so does his magnet needs that can at least help support their team in destroying some of their projectiles that's been thrown around from the attacker's side. On. There's still a chance though for Kira Esports to defend, and that is at the hands of a turf. It's at a very good spot. All he has to do is just wait for the attackers to just jump down from the hatch and flit. He might be in big trouble. Both of the windows has been repelled from the attacker's side, especially in towards the cigar lounge. And now they just need to figure out a way to remove Flit out of the place. You have deployable shields, you have two ADSs that can at least catch two projectiles. But does Team Crouch Potatoes knows about this? But the best part about Kira Esports is that they've at least somehow managed to waste a lot of time. And they're burning a lot from that itself, but not from man count though, as Mojo gets to take out yet another player, and that is Fathur.
I think that was the Jaeger playing downstairs, right? Flashbang goes out. Flit has been blinded temporarily, but not by much, and not long enough to be taken advantage of. Drone has found once again that he's playing Pixel, and Flit is just sitting very pretty indeed behind the shield. The longer it takes for Crouch Potatoes to remove this player, the harder it'll be. But Darklord comes back to find one. Mojo goes down. And meanwhile, Forge is playing very aggressively. Gets taken down, though. There goes the Finka. Shrisha getting a refrag, but unaware of the fact that they are surrounded. As the Nomad comes around from the bathroom and gets the final kill before things got out of hand. That's another round to the Crouch Potatoes, who now move on to 6-1 map point in this series.
Yep, it is map point for Team Crouch Potatoes. They haven't lost a single round yet, Jack, including the first half. Kira Esports, they've only won round number 1, which is on third floor bar and cocktail lounge. And while I was looking at the deployable shield with two ADSs being placed right in front of it, I just realized that with the introduction of impact EMPs, it won't be just used to remove the utilities from the right from the reinforcement walls. It can also be used to disable the ADSs. You don't have to throw two flashbangs just to take out that deployable shield. A single impact EMP, if you just throw it at the couch, that is more than enough to take out that deployable shield, unless and until if you have otherwise magnet days, which is usually placed around near the lanterns on the top side of cigar lounge. But that is in itself a great counter to it, Jack.
I mean, all things considered, yes. Now, a lot of it depends on how, they decide to balance the impact EMPs, right? Their radius and their effective radius, basically. And depending on that, a My Magnet placed in the right position could very well be the savior of the, Pixel strategy, as it were. Because the ADSs need to be a little bit close. They need to be hidden so that, they're not taken out by sheer bullets and all that stuff. So Wamai's magnets become very important. So I feel like with the introduction of the impact EMPs, I'll tell you what's going to happen, Baba. And you can write this down if you want. Because I feel like in the wider pro scene of Siege, sure, you can hit the instant replay, as it were. In the wider pro Siege scene, I feel like Wamai bans on Cafe are going to become common. That's just to be able to use the impact EMPs to make attackers' life much easier in this map. And I don't know, if chat will agree with me on that one. You're free to experiment about this, right? Again, it all depends on how they decide to balance how many each operator gets. So many things that have to be, kept in focus for things like this. As in the meanwhile, Deathmer, interestingly enough, not playing behind the shield, actually playing the couch area by the ADSs inside of piano or cocktail bar or whatever have you. As we can see, there we go, getting rid of utilities. That's basically what Zofia is down to these days. Getting rid of all the utilities using all 4 of the projectiles that launcher has.
Man, look at the gunfight that Shisha is trying to take. Such close encounters, but Mojo just gets that kill nonetheless. He's just proned from that red stairs hallway. He gets to take out Srisha, and because of that, Mojo somehow gets the open peak yet again, Jack. This is the same repeat what exactly happened from the previous round. Flashbanged from a Turvs. Couldn't see anything, and the information will be relayed from the attacker drones. As you can see, Team Crouch Potatoes are just slowly making their way and just removing players one by one. There goes Freezer Control at the hands of Darklord. And now they just have to focus on 3 more players. What is happening? Mojo gets one more, Flit goes down, and it's just Death Armor and Forza left to clutch a 2v5 situation where Crouch Potatoes have control on all of the remaining places. They've got control on Cigar, they've even got control, and slowly but surely, they're thinking of getting control on White Stairs, and Death Armor knows exactly what's happening, and Mojo, this time he won't be saved, but not for long. Dark Lord is here, so does Naughty Ashret, just sprinting around the White Hallway stairs, and also get the win on map number 1, Cafe Dostoyevsky. What a way to end off our first playoffs matchup. But we still have 2 more maps to go, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2, Clubhouse. This will be Kira Esports' map pick, and so does Skyscraper if this works out or if this plans out well for Team Kira Esports. But 7-1, it kind of feels like, Jack, they're giving a statement to Kira Esports.
That definitely is the case here, I feel like. For the side of the Crouch Potatoes, very well played indeed in this first match of theirs. And they're going to be looking for more wins off of this going into Clubhouse. A 7-1 starter against a team like Kira Esports. I mean, sure, Community Cup rules and all that. Kira's not playing with their entirely full roster, as it were. A couple of changes had to be made. Flit, I believe their name is. I keep almost saying it wrong. But, if you've ever played Minecraft, Flint and Steel, Flit, I almost say it wrong. Anyway, I say Minecraft. Flint is a real thing, IRL. What is wrong with me? But anyhow, folks, let's go into the highlights and let's not talk about sandbox games based on 1 pixel wide blocks, as we have the multi-pixel shots of this match, this map, i.e., that is now going 1-0 in the favor of Crouch Potatoes.
Yep, Crouch Potatoes, they didn't let Kira Esports win a single round, except on round number 1, where they had a flawless round. But the rest of it was just Team Crouch Potatoes just dominating the site, especially on third floor bar, and including all the 3 sites that they held on defense was just so powerful. And even though Flit almost made an attempt for this post plant, that C4 throw was more than enough to get the kill, and that explosive radius is more than what you'd expect. But for Kira, though, they did take a lot of time on removing some certain players, and that has to be from Naughty Ashret. It was at courtroom just wasting a lot of time, and Kira Esports were just trying to think, how can we counter this? How can we force the player holding from the court side to be in a different position? They could have done it by a grenade, or you could have just bring in the Capitao. It would have been more than enough, but you could try it with the manpower too. But there's not a lot that I could say in the entire first half. It was just Crouch Potatoes who just got the better end. Dark Lord was doing his own stuff. You even got the utility game favoring from Crouch Potatoes, the EE1D to end it off on round number 4. You even had the yokai drones that would give a lot of information on the player's whereabouts. And Vinci, even though Kira Esports were at a major advantage, they somehow fixed this. 2v3 converted into a 2v0, and then in round number 6, we get to see that on a 1v5. Yeah, that's nothing there's nothing I could say about on this matchup. You could say the Crouch Potatoes, they stayed true to their map pick. They will succeed winning map number 1, Cafe Dostoyevsky, but will it be the same on map number 2, Clubhouse, Jack?
I mean, that, depends overall. I feel like Kira's presence on Clubhouse is going to be much more pronounced and much, much more active than they were in Cafe. Today, against, Crouch Potatoes, they didn't seem like they were all that into this map. It feels like they were just completely off for whatever reason have you. And mind you, they're playing for 6K R6 credits per player. And that is a lot of R6 credits to have on your person. I mean, sure, we've heard, overall the feedback about the prizes and so on and so forth. So let's not really get into that. But still, there's a lot of credits and a fair bit of money spent on those credits as well. So, hey, that's some good free stuff. A couple of elites worth as well. Or some of the new skins, right, that are coming to the game. The Castle Elite that's out. That's actually quite nice. It only took 7 years, but Castle's finally got an elite. What do you know? But anyhow, folks, Map number 1 has concluded. It is now a 1-0 in the map count to Crouch Potatoes. Kid Esports on the back foot, as will be reflected in the overall statistics that they had in the map, which weren't exactly all that great. As you can see on your screens right now, 8-7 to Shrisha, 5-7 each to Flit and a Thurv, Deathamer with 3, and Forger following up the back with 2, and everyone, of course, dying 7 rounds, except for that first round where they had a flawless, so 8 rounds, there's your math. At the same time, Dark Lord, Vinci, Mojo, they all, of course, did everything that they could to win this. Dark Lord with a 15-6. That is a hell of a performance in this first map indeed. Ushrit and Violet having a bit of a quiet map. Not sure what happened there, but hopefully they can pick themselves back up going into map number 2.
Yep. Map number 2 has to be the deciding factor to see whether if Kira Esports can just fling back and put us to map number 3 Skyscraper, or would they get demoted down to the lower brackets with the second match, which would happen. Either would they go up against Team Noakhailla Warriors or Team waterboyz? That would be a different question, which would happen after the first match comes to an end. So map number 2, Clubhouse. This is Kira Esports' map pick. So in order for that to happen, and in order for Kira Esports to succeed on map Clubhouse, they just got to ensure that they get a lot of wins on the defensive hold itself for the past 6 rounds. They're not looking good in the first half of map Cafe Dostoevsky. Okay, I just kind of, felt I just lost my flow in the middle of it. But yeah, talk about map number 1. It was 7-1. 7-1 is not a good sign for Kira Esports, especially with them losing a lot of attack rounds where Kira Esports are an expert at. But who knows, maybe they could bring it back on map number 2. But for now, folks, we just have to go for a short little break, and we'll be right back after this.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Community Cup for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zotac Gaming. We are here once again, your hosts Blackjack and Babagusta for the B&B show as it continues to cover this match that is currently ongoing. Chalet Esports versus the Crouch Potatoes. There's no "the" behind their name. I just thought I'd add it for dramatic effect as we'll be going into map number 2 here. And that is Clubhouse, picked by Chalet Esports. Attack first is, of course, Crouch Potatoes. They know what they're doing when it comes to this map, so I'm not surprised that they have opted to go for what is clearly the side that will help them in the long run, defense second half. There is, of course, Skyscraper for the decider, and there's a good chance we'll end up going to decider. Whether or not we do, of course, we'll find out as we go into the match in just a short second here. So, before we do, Bob, I'm going to toss you under the bus once again. Prediction time. Who do you think takes map 2?
Kira Esports, Jack. I'm just saying it right out of the bat, mainly not only because I'm just taking a wild swing at it, Jack. So I'm just gonna say Kira Esports would win map number 2 so that we could see deciders. Because I'm curious. I'm curious to know what Skyscraper has in store for us, especially in the South APAC region. We don't usually get to see map Skyscraper being brought out. So
that is true.
Seeing it being in play on map number 3 really brings the need for me to see the map. But for now, in order for that to happen, Kira Esports needs to win their own map pick, Clubhouse. So let's see how well it would work out, especially starting off with the ban phase itself. The usual bans will be at the hands of Kira Esports. Nothing too unusual about it. Thatcher and Mira will obviously be the attacker and defender's ban nonetheless. And with my suspicions coming to a true, there you have it. Thatcher's being banned on attack, Mira's being banned on defense. When it comes to Crouch Potatoes, they have the chance on either banning on Flores or maybe banning out the Finca instead. But there you go, Finca is here. Finca will be banned, which means that she won't be available on a map like Clubhouse, especially with the Adrenal Surge, the Gone 6, the grenades, every single utility that you know of will not be available. And Crouch Potatoes will be the one to ban in the Mira, which means Kira Esports has a chance to take out any operators in which they don't have to be played on map Clubhouse.
I mean, they're probably going to go for the Kaid ban, all things considered. Thatcher has already been taken care of, but no, actually, it's going to be Valkyrie. That's interesting, this ban selection, so to speak, because, you know, with normally what you see on Clubhouse is a Thatcher ban, then a Heartbreacher ban, then a Kaid ban, right? Because you want to make sure that electrified walls and hatches remain electrified walls and hatches and not a block of air that, you know, anyone can just pass through. But unfortunately, that is not the case, and it seems like the Crouch Potatoes are more than happy to take the chances with the Kaid in play. As we can see, Forger has actually brought that operator into the 4 here for the play, as it were. All things considered, I don't think we'll be seeing anything particularly special from either side. The Finca ban is a smart ban, mind you, against someone like Dark Lord, who really loves to play Finca. I mean, Kid Esports also have their fair share of Finca playing, you know, nutty Finca players, as it were. I was going to say something else entirely, then I remembered we were on stream. Anyhow, round 1, it is set on Basement Church and Arsenal Room to start us off for map number 2.
Yep. Map number 2 is a go. Starting off with round number 1 itself, the site will be on Basement Church and Arsenal Room, with slight changes being made from the attacker's side, especially with Violet bringing in the Fuse and Dark Lord switching from the Maverick to the Iana. Now, the Fuse's cluster charges will be very powerful and has a higher chances of removing that Electroclaw, which is placed from the hatches on Kitchen. So, bring in Fuse would be a good idea, but it always depends on where you place those Electroclaws. If the Electroclaw is placed near the hatch itself, then it would be easier for the Fuse to remove it as best as possible. But also you need to be careful of the mute jammers, which can deny a lot of information and jam some of the certain utilities. And when I talk about utilities, it does even include Iana's Gemini Replicator. With all that being in play, and with the Azami's kunai barriers still being in play, we'll see how well it will work out at the hands of Team Crouch Potatoes, and turns out Kira has the upper hand with the first frag, where a Thurv gets to take out Dark Lord.
Now that's a big kill. If ever I've seen one, a kill that is absolutely necessary for Kid Sports each and every round. And good on the third for starting us off on that foot. Dark Lord down. That means the Iana is gone. Those grenades, the Gon 6, and of course the ARX, along with what amounts to infinite drones, no longer in play in this round. So that's a good first kill, but they need to follow it up. And Crouch Potatoes, in the meanwhile, they need to retaliate any second now. Another kill, maybe. Maybe take out a third if he's still roaming. Anyone, really. They've got the opening into dirt, and they can get in there, but that's the thing. They still need a bit of clearance on the man count. They're on the man disadvantage right now. And even with the amount of time that's on the clock, that is, of course, a minute 30 or 90 seconds, it's not exactly looking all too good. Forger takes a ton of damage thanks to the cluster charge that's here, but he's still going to try and Kaid trick it, and I think he might just be successful. There we go. Hibana Excaris is being denied. Another cluster charge will be put down. Ashrit will try to get the hatch off of that. Again, you have to be careful of impact tricks after that because she just still has one remaining.
And not only just that, at least the attackers now know that both of the electrical has been placed in towards the kitchen side, so they could use their time on opening up the other hatches, which is situated in stock and bar. Vinci, on the other hand, is just trying to make his efforts. Oh no, the impact needs just directly impacts towards that wall, which means that deployable shield will still be alive in towards the tunnel side, and it's difficult for Vinci to win this gunfight, and even more so reducing their man count from a third. So does Flit with his SMG-12, and would you look at that, Kira Esports getting things under control, but not at the hands of Ashret, who just gets to shut down a third. 1v4. A very difficult situation for Nordi Ashrit to clutch this back. Doesn't have any recent information, and with that wall bang, lose a lot of bullets, and so does the bearing 9. Can he bear the recoil? No, it does not. It will be Forger who will win that gunfight nonetheless. Kira Esports starting off strong, as they'll be able to win that defensive round in Basement Church and Arsenal Road.
Strong start from Kira Esports, just like how they did in the last map. Round 1 was a flawless on Cafe, a reminder for all of our viewers, but they'll need to follow it up once again, and that is exactly what they'll be looking to do here and now, as we'll be going into round number 2, that is Gym Bedroom on the second floor. Interesting choice right there from the defenses. Usually you'd go CCTV first, but hey, who am I to judge? Kid Sports knows what they're doing. At least that's what it seemed like. You've got the usual, the Castle, the Kaid, the Mute, the, of course, Banshees of the Melusi, and a Jaeger for utility denial. That, of course, will all play a big part in this round. As you know, your gym defense, you need to funnel attackers into advantageous positions. You need to keep the windows closed for as long as possible to protect that jacuzzi wall in case the Kaid Electroclaw gets taken out before it needs to be, as in to say, that wall needs to remain closed for a long time. Now, as for the attackers, looking at it, a pretty standard selection, triple hard breach, it seems, from the side of the Crouch Potatoes, and soft breach from a Sledge and a Zofia. No Iana this time, but we've got the, LMG of Vinci probably to make up for the number of bullets lost in that. And of course, you still have fantastic guns in the hands of Usher, of Violet, and Dark Lord, and the L85 ever so reliable, brought in by Mojo. So a pretty solid all-around team composition there, but how far can they really push it? Nice Electroclaw placement, but it is figured out very quickly by Dark Lord, and it should be denied in the next few seconds here.
Yeah, there's already a cooked grenade from Dark Lord, and I'm guessing that that should be more than enough to remove that specific gadget. They should be free enough to open up the second floor gym balcony as best as possible. It's actually a good way for the Maverick to realize exactly where that Electroclaw was. It requires a lot of map awareness, and you could see that Team Crouch Potatoes are prepped and ready for this. Attack drones just giving a lot of information towards their players' whereabouts. And there is one drone in CCTV exactly knowing where Athav's location is. They have all the information now. They just have to execute on this plan right. If some hiccups would happen from the attackers from the side of Team Couch Potatoes, then things might not look too good from their favor. And Naughty Ashrit knows exactly what's happening. Aggressive plays from Dark Lord. He will down Forger and take out just like that. No refrags being made, and now it is danger zone for Kira Esports.
Absolutely. Dark Lord's got the license to kill right now. gotten 2 right off of that, trying to get a third, but no, a Thurv and Flit fire back. Mojo gets the refrag onto a Thurv, but it's still a 3v2 and a dicey situation at that. They still have to cross construction, and they're not quite able to do so safely, but Mojo's here to make a statement. Finds Deathhammer, and it's all now down. Ooh! What a turn from Ashrith right there. Wasn't even facing construction, at least not on our screens. So there we go. We were watching the perspective of the Kaid there. And the Hibana was not facing the Kaid, but had to make a quick turn to get that final kill. Well done. Crash Potatoes immediately firing back, equalizing 1-1 and putting themselves on the board right here. That's what you like to see. Kira Esports will be fighting much harder in this map. That is for sure. So what I would like to see from the Crash Potatoes is an even more intense fight back.
Yep, an intense fight back it is for Kira. You saw how well coordinated Crouch Potatoes were, right, Jack? I mean, you even look at how, attentive they were on figuring out exactly where that Electric Claw was. Quick open of the wall situated on second floor gym balcony, and even more so, although they didn't open up CCTV wall, they had constant info from one of the drones which has been situated from there itself. They had information on Anathal's whereabouts, they know exactly what to push, and all they had to do was just find an opening pick, in which Dark Lord specifically did exactly that. Push aggro. He even knew that the armor panel was placed from the gym door, so all he had to do was just go aggressive, find 2 kills, and that is more than enough for Kira Esports to lose control on that side. So I'm pretty sure that for Kira, you see that there is a mute jammer being placed on second floor gym instead of the Electric Claws. They know exactly that the attackers know exactly where you place those specific utilities. So with or without IQ, knowing exactly how a Kaid main plays an Electric Claws plays a different scenario, because the quicker you get it, the faster you can open up the walls. And for Crouch Potatoes, or for Team Crouch Potatoes, they don't have any problems regarding to this issue. Now the only problem they have to deal with is taking out players like Shrisha, who is in logistics office, and with the help of this castle armor panels, we might be able to see Dark Lord do the same thing yet again on second floor gem once again.
Depends on a lot of factors, but like you said, we could see it happen. Selma's going out, as Dark Lord has allowed for the Meat Jammer to be taken clean off the wall, and once again, the breach is done. Now, will Dark Lord repeat roughly the same thing and completely push aggressively into Bathroom? I don't think so. Bathroom has actually been reinforced off, and there is another Meat Jammer protecting that specific wall. So it's going to be much harder, that is for sure, but it seems like they really want to go through this side of the map, as Deathhammer in the meanwhile is going to take some damage, trying to peek CCTV. I think he's been dealt a good blow. So has Mojo, the player watching that. A Thurv, wait a minute, is on the floor in the meanwhile. That's not good, as the player on red stairs is taken care of. Flit fires back, finds Mojo. And another one, Dark Lord.
Yeah. Look at that, Flit. Realizing what exactly happened, they decided to not use the panels from the gym door, and turns out it's working out well for them, especially with Flit, who gets to take out 2 players, Mojo and Dark Lord. And now with just a minute left, they still need to make an entrance towards second floor gym, and Wincy is the only one who can do this. All they have to do is just remove Flit out of the second floor gym, and that would be more than enough to succeed for the plan, but they are high likely to be cornered, or should I say exposed, on multiple angles. What would be Crouch Potatoes' response? They're losing a lot of time. They need to remove some certain players because they don't have that advantage. Naughty Ashrit needs to do something about this, and maybe Vinci does, though. On the other hand, he has to take out Flit, so does Shrisha. What exactly happened from that main stairs? Now it's just Forger, who's just looking all by himself from the side itself. And now Violet is going in for the plant. He is safe, but he's a bit much more afraid of that C4. Dodges it at the right time, not at the right place, though. But in the end, it will be Deathhammer who needs to clutch a 1v2. SMG11 not working out too much in Deathhammer's favor. And now this will be even much more problematic with the diffuser being in play. A quick trade from both the LMG as well as the SMG11 being in play. But in the end, it will go in the hands of Team Crouch Potatoes. Round number 3 in the hands of the attackers. And now, Kira Esports, I think it would be a best idea for them to head back into the site on Basement Church.
I mean, it's unlocked now for them, right? So they definitely will be going back to that side. But I do like what Ashrid did in the round. I'm pretty sure, Baba, you called it out, right? That Ashrid came up the main stairs completely undisturbed and shut down the insight defense that was stopping the Crouch Potatoes from getting into the windows and the breach and getting the plant off. Beautifully done right there, and a well-coordinated counterattack to Kid Esports taking the man count lead. That's what we love to see from the Crouch Potatoes, and Kid Esports, well, they will need to retaliate back once again. They've won this site in round 1, but now they're coming back to the basement site with a 2-round loss added to their record. They're 1-2 down, and they're 1-0 down on the map count as well. So they are not looking too hot right now, especially if they are to lose this match. This map, if they lose it, then they're going straight to the loser's bracket, while Crouch Potatoes moves on ahead. Well, still trying to find out who they'll be facing later on. That, of course, will be the winner of the second match today. So, folks, stay tuned for a lot of Rainbow Six that'll be played tonight. For the time being, let's zoom back in round 4, Kid Esports on the site that they have won. Can they do it again, equalize the map count? Or will it be now Crouch Potatoes pulling ahead?
Yeah, it can be a possibility, Jack. Although the only difference is that you won't see a fuse being brought out from Crouch Potatoes, which means that they'll just do this the traditional way, bring in the Flores. The only difference is where will that explosive drone be useful from? That would be the biggest question. Dark Lord, on the other hand, finds some useful information on Jaeger's whereabouts. That is from the main stairs. And now, he just has to figure out a way on removing that Jaeger out. How can he do it? He could repel from the window side of main stairs to take him out, but he'll more likely be vulnerable on the other side on second floor gym. Now there you go. The explosive drone to take out that deployable shield from tunnel. Will that work out? Will that help? Yes, it does. Deployable shield's been destroyed, and now here comes the panic mode from Fled. As he starts to use his smoke gas canisters, Shisha will provide him some good coverage from the kunai barriers, but will it be more than enough? The total of 30 seconds already been expended in the early rounds. The attackers now have the advantage. Explosive drones very close by. That will destroy the cover that Frit was looking for. And now, with the pressure being relayed on the attackers, you see how Kira Esports are just not letting the smoke gain that control whatsoever. Look at that. Still, that smoke gas canisters being used. But now, with that being expended, all gas canisters has been removed, and now Crouch Potatoes can now just focus on the side.
Now that's something that they definitely did well, clearing out dirt. The question is, can they get Kitchen open and have coverage from Kitchen, maybe somebody down the main stairs? The Iana could definitely fill in that role. Even Naughty Ushred could, as long as somebody watches Kitchen Hatch. They need to make this a multi-pronged push, otherwise they will get taken down, and they cannot afford that right here, right now. They need to win rounds and keep momentum against Kira, because winning rounds on attack on Clubhouse is already difficult as it is, but you're doing it against Kira Esports. But wait a minute here, Shrisha is on the floor. DBNO, mind you, so is Mojo, but Mojo will get cleaned up by Deathamar. Grenades thrown in, Darklord will finish the kill. Drops straight in with the flashbangs coming in, and Ushred is here with 2 now. Triple kill for him, going in for everybody else. But wait a minute, that's a Jaeger who's found the planter. Forger goes down. It's all down to this Ibana to get this last kill. Oh, Turf is wrecking a lot of havoc right now. Coming in through Moto. It's a triple kill for this Jaeger right now. Turf might just pull this out. In a 1v3, it's the post plant. Sees the Iana. Can't quite get Darklord, who now knows where the Jaeger's going. Gets the kill. It came a mighty close right here. But unfortunately, it was not enough. The Jaeger's efforts laying on the floor. Unfortunate, as it's now 3-1 in favor of the Crouch Potatoes.
Yep, close encounters, but in the end, Dark Lord will ensure that this clutch would happen. 3-1 in favor for Team Crouch Potatoes as we proceed to round number 5, which will in fact be the same site, Basement Church and Arsenal Room. And talk about Kira Esports, they usually don't switch the sides whenever they lose it, right? They've done the same thing on Pro Series Summer Edition, or was it Spring? Not quite sure. But on the second month of the Pro Series, you saw that Kira Esports, they'd always make another attempt if they do not win this. What usually main teams would do is that if one of the side doesn't work, they'd immediately change the side back on the other place, which would be on second for CCTV. And I have we are yet to find that site being in play, Jack. We haven't seen them play CCTV. We've only seen them play Basement Church and Second Floor Gym twice. And that is the only two sites that Kira Esports have been played for the past 5 rounds. Now, knowing that CCTV is still available for Kira Esports, why are they not picking that site?
I mean, it's a good question. I think it's more to do with the fact that I think Kira is expecting that Crouch Potatoes expects them to go to CC, you know? Because you see the default pick that Crouch Potatoes are doing, it's tailored to CCTV, right? They have everything they need, the Maverick, of course, Ace and Hibana, and you have the soft breach as well, but now they've had to change it up. Actually, now that I'm looking at their attacker lineup, they have a Ying, which is an interesting decision for Basement's side, because normally you don't see a Ying being played here, right? Most teams would opt to go for like regular flashbangs with the Hibana and the Flores. You know, that's 6 flashbangs already, and Ying has 4 Candelas, right? So that's, and each Candela launches what? How many was it? 6 flashers as well. That's a lot, and we'll get to the math later though. Trisha, that's a big kill with the pistol, no less, with the Keratos pistol on the Wamai, finds Dark Lord in a mirror of round 1. The first blood is the Iana to go down.
I didn't expect a headshot, though, especially from a pistol from Shrisha. Taking out Dark Lord would at least bring some sigh of relief for Kira. But would it be more than enough to deny the Wrath, which is about to happen in this execute? Which will about to happen nonetheless. But Naughty Ashrit, on the other hand, doing what he does best as the Hibana, gets to take out a Thurv. A total of 2 Candelas being used from Kitchen, interestingly enough. Mainly because the attackers didn't had any information on the Kitchen entirely. Now they're making an attempt to destroy and seek control towards the tunnel side. Flit still has 1 smoke gas canisters, which in fact he'll be able to use it from the dropped hatch of Kitchen, but he's got to wait for the right time. You still have Death Armor still playing around the hallway side, and I just realized the diffuser has been dropped, and Vinci almost misses his shot, but he'll get the kill nonetheless. Gets the entire control of Kitchen. The diffuser not dropped, it's still in towards the tunnels side. They'll still make some lines of sight, but they're losing a lot of time here, Jack.
45 remaining. Yeah, they are losing a good bit of time on this potential execute here. Dirt is clean, and they know this because the Ying is right there. The Candelas are about to go out. I think they actually will in just a second here. There we go. Mojo's got it in his hand. 1 remaining, meaning he's already used up the other. Vinci finds Shrisha, though. That's your Wamai gone. So the final bit of utility denial from the Wamai has been taken care of, and Vinci's now coming down the main stairs. There is 1 player there. Mojo, in the meanwhile, finds Flit. It's all down to Forger, the last one standing. Position given away thanks to the call-out, and there's Crouch Potatoes. Once again, shooting to thrill. What a way to kill. They are getting their way in this map, as it were. Now 4-1.
Yeah, well, Jack, I'm having a feeling of deja vu here. First map was also the same situation. They won round number 1, and suddenly, at the end of the first half, it was 5-1 in favor for Team Crouch Potatoes.
Yep.
And Naughty Ashrit is currently the one who's doing all the heavy lifting. Back in map number 1, it was Dark Lord who was doing the same job. 8 kills in the first half. And now, as we take a look at the second map, we see Naughty Ashrit with the same kills. 8-4. What are the odds?
Hey,
Is this coincidence? I think not.
Okay, but if it's not a coincidence, what does it mean?
No, I was just trying to make a line from Incredibles.
I see. But no, I will say this though. Naughty Ashrit, we were saying how he needs to pick up the pace, right? Going to map number 2. And he definitely has. Credit where credit is due, right? And in the meanwhile, unfortunately, Violet not quite having the same level of success. 0-2 right now. But again, the highlight of that, not highlight, but the silver lining there is that they haven't died as much, right? 0-2 in now what is going to be the 6th round. So 5 rounds, 0-2 means they've only died twice, and 90% of the time they've done all of their support work. So credit to them and to the rest of the team. Mojo's been doing his job. Dark Lord, quieter map 2 so far, but there's no reason for him to not perk up in the second half. Probably missing the Finca. That's probably what's going on there for Dark Lord right now. Gotta get used to the LMG changes, mind you. There's a big recoil nerf incoming. Although, to be fair, from what I've seen of the test server, LMGs are still controllable in close range. just you can't exactly laser fire your way to victory from 10,000 meters away from the site. So, hey, that's a change is a change, right? Minor change nonetheless. Deathamer on the prowl on the first floor and on main stairs. Interestingly enough, no competition towards them, no drones either. I'm interested to know what the Crouch Potatoes are actually up to. Some of them are on the roof, some of them are around the wall of CCTV. The site is there, of course, so of course that's where they would be. They've got the breach done as well, as is to be expected. So how do they enter now? They need to clear garage, they need to clear construction, maybe. It's the usual stuff, right, that you would expect from CCTV on this map. But how does Crouch Potatoes want to do it?
Yeah, how? At least on the bright side, you could say that Kira Esports have made a decision to bring in CCTV this time. But looking at the time itself, you see how quick Crouch Potatoes are when it comes to destroying the walls, right? It's so fast, it's so quick. And with the amount of drones that giving them information is also quite huge. So their biggest concern has to be Garage Catwalk. That's exactly where Shrisha is. Last time I remember, Shrisha was really doing a great job at getting the kill, but Naughty Ashred, he comes back yet again. First kill, the second comes from Dark Lord as he just sprints towards CCTV, and Shrisha had no idea that this thing ever happened. Flit also goes down from downstairs, and now we see Crouch Potatoes gaining control. It's all just Forger who needs to figure out a way, but it's not happening. There's a lot of angles being covered around, and Deathamer needs to find a way. He finds one, but can he find the rest of the three players from Team Crouch Potatoes? It's a difficult task, and Mojo, he wouldn't give a chance for Kira Esports to come back. What a way for Team Crouch Potatoes to win their first half. 5-1, and I need to stop saying couch every single time.
Don't worry, you're casting with me, Baba. I am very much a couch potato, so feel free to say it whenever.
I mean, I'm just joining alongside with you because I'm also a couch potato, so.
Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly why we're known as the B&B show. We relate to each other almost too much. Some would say we're brothers, although Baba over here is a good head taller than me. So, hey, it is what it is, right? Some minor differences at the end.
No, but we still have some similarities, right?
I mean, of course, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, I envy your height. Okay?
Thanks.
I want to be tall. I have always wanted to be tall, but I became wide instead. So, it is what it is.
Yeah, but you also have the power, right?
You mean muscle strength?
Yeah, muscle strength.
Some. I mean, my classmates in high school were pretty afraid of me, but that was like years ago. So, anyhow, let's not get too caught up in the...
Yeah, let's just focus on round, Less about us, more about the match here, folks. As round number 7 will be on play. Crouch Potatoes will be the one to have a substantial lead, 5-1, and they are here to end it, to put themselves 7-1. Will it happen? Will we get to see a feeling of deja vu, or will Kira Esports come back? That would be the biggest question, but I'm guessing that we have a pause.
Yeah, we do. I think it's like
I guess.
pause.
Yeah, I guess. I guess we have a pause. Yeah. For a moment there, I thought my screen froze, and I thought I had something to do with my connectivity issues.
No.
I mean, it is. Good. Yeah. I think I'm good. Yeah. I think it should be good. All right, 5-1. Kira Esports. What is happening from their end? I mean, I get it. This is Community Cup, but still, 5-1 on both first half and second half is not a good sign.
Yeah, but, it is what it is at the end of the day, right? If they end up losing these rounds, well, they still have lower bracket, a second chance to shine bright once again. Are they going to be able to? That is the question, and a question that needs answering. They, right now, need to make a comeback from 1-5 to 7-5. That is 6 straight rounds. And I don't mean to be a naysayer, but even for Kira Esports, that is definitely difficult. For any team, that is quite difficult to do because of the nature of Rainbow-Six-Siege. Any given round can be lost if your opponent tries hard enough and reads into you well enough. And Crouch Potatoes are showing that they clearly know what to expect, while Kira Esports are showing that, we've been in this place before and we don't want to. We're just waiting for the ready confirmation, folks, and once we have that, we'll go straight back into round number 7, second half of the switch. And mind you, Statistically, right, if I were casting with CCV, he'd be rattling off a bunch of numbers by now. But statistically, I'm just going to shorten it. Kira Esports are currently on the less advantageous side of Clubhouse, aka attack, which is an interesting thing to say because Crouch Potatoes are 5-1 up in the first half while they were in attack. So they're going into defense, which is supposed to be the more advantageous side, with a 5-1 advantage, which is, let's just say the cards are all stacked against Kira right now, and there's a, 500 kilometer per hour tornado headed their way to, stack it even further, as it were. The odds are really stacked against them. So, how will they respond? Let's find out as we go straight into round 7.
Yeah, when it comes to a huge tornado like that, you're just left with two options. One, you'd either run away and find a safe place, or two, fight head on. See whether if you can handle the tornado, in which for Kira Esports it's the biggest challenge here.
I think Jonathan Kent might have something to say about that.
Oh no, not Jonathan Kent. Oh boy. So sometimes, Jack, you've got to sacrifice. Huh?
Yeah.
Anywho, jokes aside, action phase is in here, folks. Round number 7, Kira Esports being the ones on attack and Crouch Potatoes on defense. Not a lot of changes being made from the operator side on defense. Slight changes from Forger as he brings in the fuse, the cluster charges, which will be very effective on the kitchen side. But would it be more than enough to get control on basement church? That would be the biggest question. Even more so, getting control on tunnels should be Kira Esports' biggest concern. But what's interesting about it is that you don't see any protections being made. And here comes Dark Lord. Once again, we get to see him do the exact same thing like he did on Map Cafe Dostoyevsky, and that is taking out Death Armor in the early round.
Now that's a big kill. The Ash of Deathhammer is gone. Now, it's interesting that Deathhammer is playing Ash in Year 7 Season 2. I know that Ash is getting buffed soon, but it's not quite here yet, Deathhammer. But I don't know. They might be just practicing the R4C.
Practice makes perfect.
Exactly. And then, meanwhile, Mojo has been taken off the board as well. The cap can is down. We didn't quite get to see it on the cams, as we just have the overhead view of all 4 players inside the building right now. Seems like the Kappa might have gone down around the kitchen or maybe around the bar area. Not entirely sure just yet. We'll let you know when we see the ping of the dead body, because the dead bodies themselves despawn these days, right? Hatch is being taken care of. There might be a couple of shots fired towards the third. It's being spotted any second now. No, what? No, come on. You gotta have that kill. Dark Lord, what do you mean? He just goes away. There were 2 people there that he could have taken out. And you're telling me he got none? Okay, Flit. Okay, finally some damage done to Flit. In the meanwhile, the C4 has taken out Shisha, which we completely ignored because we were too busy trying to get Dark Lord to get a kill here. Jokes notwithstanding. It is currently a 4v3. Once again, Crouch Potatoes have the lead.
Yeah, they do. They indeed do have the lead. They just removed Shisha out, but from a different player, that is. Here comes the cluster charges in 50 seconds. Apparently, it should be more than enough to catch one of the Electro Claws. And Dark Lord, ooh, he's gonna miss one more. But at least on the bright side, he knows exactly where the rest of the 3 players are on the side of Kira Esports. They're currently hunkered down towards the kitchen side. Do we see some denials being made from the impacts? No, not a single impact is present from Team Crouch Potatoes, which means the kitchen hatch will be opened. And now they know exactly where Kira Esports will drop down. They still need to be careful of main stairs. They have to be careful on kitchen hatch. And if they take care of those minor situations, it should be more than enough for Team Crouch Potatoes to handle the situation. Grenades being thrown around, and this time Forger gets to find Dark Lord. He still forgot about Naughty Ashit, still in towards basement church, handing out the situation. And for Team Crouch Potatoes, it's not a bigger problem for them to deal with. Round number 7 still at the hands of the defenders, which means that this is map point for the defenders. Round number 8. And boy, oh boy, do we get to see a lot of plays being made from Naughty Ashritz's end.
I mean, absolutely. Ashrit is just all over this game. Match point now, quite literally, because if Crouch Potatoes win this round, or just one more round, depending on if Kira Esports try to mount the comeback, then they will have won this series. They will have won today's game and gone through into upper brackets round 2. That's a big thing for them. They'll be heading up further up the ladder, as it were, in terms of getting R6 credits as well. And Kid Esports, in the meanwhile, will be having to fight the lower bracket, the other, team in the losers bracket. Again, should they lose one more round, Kira has a chance still, but to win 6 rounds where your opponent only needs 1 and you're on the attacker side on Clubhouse, again, I'm not saying they can't, but it is dicey to say the least.
It seems so.
10 seconds left before insertion.
For Kira Esports, not being able to win that previous round will put Crouch Potatoes in a very good spot. And I'm even surprised that Crouch Potatoes, although they are going aggressive, it's always Dark Cloud who usually get those initial kills on defense, and not Yashred usually the one who's have a guaranteed of success in holding the ground. But all in all, for Kira, this is not looking good from their end. They've only won one defensive round, and that is on round number 1 itself. Talk about rhyming words. One. W-O-N-O-N-E. It's just...
I'm reloading.
Anyhow, just talking on the serious notes around here, we see Mojo, so from the stairs itself, main thing that Crouch Potatoes needs to be worried about has to be the cooked nades, which would happen from the stocks and also on CCTV. The electric closet are currently being situated from that particular place. And Flit is still here to open up the second floor gym balcony, and I believe Kira Esports will push all the way towards construction and make their, positions being known. But they won't open CCTV, and that is an interesting one to look at here.
Maybe they're just having trouble with the Kaid Electroclaw. It does happen if you position them, in those interesting angles, as it were. One by the server rack right next to the wall, right? And one just past the door on the other side. The third finds a big kill, though. Darklord, once again, the first one to drop. He's been, getting taken out first for quite a while in this match. So maybe that's something to look at for Darklord in his performance review later on. For the time being, we have utilities being thrown in and being taken out, as it were. Mojo gets flashed, but nothing too, particularly scary. Impact Trick, immediately, Esprit will now throw a grenade to try and get that Melusi out of there, but unfortunately doesn't quite get it through. It falls onto the hatch on construction, as in the meanwhile, Vinci, wait, he's not gonna actually... Will that work? Something tells me that's actually gonna do a good job, as Forger, in the meanwhile, is trying to open up the CC wall now that it's not electrified anymore. But the defenders have had plenty of time to consolidate. Ooh, had Forger still stayed on the balcony right there, could have actually gotten that kill. As in the meanwhile, Mojo vaults over to Garage. 40 seconds remain. Not a lot of time. Kid Esports, how will they approach this round?
Yeah, somehow they've managed Kira Esports to stay right outside amidst all of that chaos being happening around, and this time Flit goes down. It's not confirmed just yet, but that C4 will, though. Wallet is still here, and so does Vinci, getting picked out from the side of Forger from that CCTV wall which has been opened up. Now it's all at the hands of Naughty Ashray. He might be able to make that impressive play. There you go, that's one. He still needs to find 2 more, but somehow he survives. Violet, on the other hand, gets to hold off on that CCTV side, and it's an entire clean out. Would you look at that, folks? Team Crouch Potatoes, they have managed to hold their ground on CCTV, and with it, we will see them win map number 2 on a 7-1 scoreline. Naughty Ashrit will be the one in the MVP scoreboard. Man, what a way and what performance do we get to see from Team Crouch Potatoes end?
Beautifully done from them. A double 7-1 2-0 map win. Looks like Kira Esports will not be going to Decider because they have lost both maps. Their own map pick and the enemy's map pick as well. But of course, Community Cup rules and all that. Some teams are, especially teams with SA Nationals points, they're not playing with their full roster. I think 3 players of the original roster are actually playing with 2 substitutes or other players that have been trialed for the Community Cup specifically, the whole 9 yards, as it were. But all things considered, well played by the Crouch Potatoes. I mean, they're being led by, of course, Naughty Ashrit, who has a pretty big hand in a lot of the esports strategies of our region. So, all things considered, a pretty good team to be playing with, that is for sure. Let's go into the highlights to talk a little bit more about the match that we just had, map number 2, Clubhouse, which in and of itself was a bit closer in a round by round perspective than the first map was, I would say. Cafe was a bit more of a landslide once those first few wins started happening on Crouch Potatoes' end. Here, Kita had better mid rounds, but again, their executions just fell flat entirely.
Yeah, it did for more than 7 rounds. At this point, if you take a look at map number 2, you saw how well Dark Lord was performing when it comes to the initial picks. Going aggressive at the right time, they had good amount of coverage and information regarding the rest of the place's whereabouts. Whenever you see them gain control on CCTV and cash room, immediately you see Dark Lord goes for a push because they know they completely narrowed it down when it comes to information on defenders' whereabouts. And once they got a click, all they have to do is just click on heads, and it actually happened just like that. And the rest of the defensive holds that we've seen from Crouch Potatoes, sorry, not on defense. I was talking about the attack. Naughty Ashrith was just dealing a lot of damage while he was playing as the Hibana, doing both the works of the Hard Breach as well as the Type 89, which has an insane fire rate and damage, but the only main problem of it has to be the magazine clip, right? You have 21 bullets in it. That's what I'm guessing at this point. And it has huge fire rate that has a higher chances of winning most of their gunfights on attack. But you have to keep reloading in a way that once you get traded out, it's very difficult for the Hibana to come back. But all in all, Naughty Ashid, doing what he does best, decides to, win most of his gunfights. Most of the time, he'd usually get multi-kills in his end. And the way how they've played was just absolutely amazing, both on attack as well as on defense. Kira, on the other hand, not quite sure what exactly happened from their end, though, because they got shut down every single time, every round. Every time when you saw Kira Esports get the upper hand in man count, immediately just gets dropped down immediately. And mainly, I think it has to do with the way how they coordinate, right? Turns out something happened to it. The rest of the situation weren't working out too well in their favor. And also, as we take a look at the match summary itself, 7-1 in favor for Team Crouch Potatoes. 100% cost to Naughty Ashred, Jack. Would you believe that?
Now that is a play and a half right there. 100% KOST rating with an 11-5. Well played, Naughty Ashred. Well
I wish my exams also had 100%, just like Naughty Ashred has right now.
Don't we all? Don't we all? But anyhow, exams aside, I would like to point out that Dark Lord, 6-7 in the second map, not all that good on the KOST either, but a 2-3 first kill ratio, i.e. 2 first kills to them, and 3 taken in which they were the first kill. They, in the total number of statistics, as it were, for both maps, Dark Lord is 21-13 with a rating of 1.34. That's actually pretty good. But the best rating, as far as I can see, goes to Vinci. That's 1.53, who in the second map was at 63% and 10-5 overall. So very good plays from that roster. That is the Crouch Potatoes, who will solidify a 2-0 7-1 victory over Kira Esports. They will go on to the second round of the playoffs with a very, very strong wind under their sails.
Yeah, unfortunate that we couldn't get to see Map 3 Skyscraper, though. But in the end, what's done is done. 7-1 at the hands of Team Crouch Potatoes as they will proceed into the upper brackets. And for Kira Esports, they'll have one final chance at the lower brackets. And they just got to figure out which team will they have to go up against. Will it be Team Noakhailla Warriors or Team waterboyz? Or will it be the next of the two matches that we're going to have for tomorrow? North Star and Copium and Team Ufu versus G2 Esports. Only time will tell. As we take a look at the brackets itself, Crouch Potatoes being very happy on the upper brackets part, and for Kira Esports, not looking too good from their end in the lower brackets. Now, all they've got to do is just wait and watch on which team do they have to go up against. But for Kira, this will be their final chance. If they lose one more match in the lower brackets, then it's all out.
Yep, that is indeed the case. If they lose one more game, they're out of the running. That's why it's called the lower brackets. That is where the true, stakes lie, as it were. But right now, we're going to be taking a quick breather, folks, as we recharge ourselves for match number 2. Excuse me, right there. waterboyz versus Noakhailla. I forgot the name already. It's a very new name to me. Okay,
Yeah,
it's
me
going
too.
to take
Yeah,
me a second to get used to saying that. At least, I mean, you've had a couple of days, Baba. Come on.
yeah, yeah.
Noakhailla Warriors and waterboyz. There we go. That's exactly what I was looking for. Those two will be
Noakhailla
on your
Warriors, all right.
screens. Yeah, those two will be on your screens in just a short while. Until then, a short break. Stay tuned.
fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire. I don't know if I can make it when I walk alone. Can somebody come and save me? I just wanna know. I wanna know.
I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red. I could, I could, I could, I could.
I could run through the fire.
Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red. I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Community Cup for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and our powered by Zotac Gaming. I said our weirdly in the middle there. Anyhow, it is myself, Blackjack, alongside Aggressive as your hosts for tonight, as we're going to be going through the second game of the upper brackets here at the Community Cup playoffs. Aggressive, it is Noakhailla versus waterboyz. How do you feel about this? About these two teams and about the names I absolutely butchered there for sure.
That's the thing. It's a complete Bengali name, and unless you have a pure Bengali accent, not the Kolkata Bengali,
I
mean
know,
the
right? Yeah.
Bangladesh Bengali. So it's
Mhm.
Noakhailla going up against the waterboyz. I'm very surprised. I never knew that all of the members from MRCZ was actually from Noakhailla. So that's something completely different. You learn something new every single day. But hey, it's kind of interesting because for the first time in forever, since I started working in the EC for over the last 2 years, I know
Mhm.
something. I can pronounce some word better than my other co-casters because everyone's always from India. They can perfectly speak Hindi, and I always butcher the names that come through. But for what's sake, it's different. But when it comes down to both of these teams, I'm really excited to see exactly what the side of Noakhailla Warriors can bring down to the table. They have the full MRC lineup. You know how dangerous they're gonna be, Jack.
Oh
They have
yes.
won out everything. They're possibly one of the top. They are one of the top three teams in our entire region. So they're
Mhm.
here to just completely take down any form of opposition that can come from.
Oh, absolutely. And they are looking to make a statement. As we go into the map veto of this BO3 here today, it is, of course, the SA Classic Oregon, followed by Chalet, picked by the waterboyz, and we're going to Theme Park for the decider. Now, given how given how waterboyz play on these first two maps, we may or may not go to Theme Park looking at the waterboyz team composition, mind you. Rattler, Silence, Sandy Beat. I think we all remember those names from a certain, or some of those names from a certain Hunter's LFO, amongst a few other players who, well, unfortunately, the Community Cup, of course, is a 16 plus tournament, but the Pro Series is not. So some of the players in the waterboyz, they unfortunately have to sit out the Pro Series. It's a whole thing, folks. Technicalities. Anyhow, there's the maps for the BO3 today. Oregon Chalet Theme Park. That Chalet, now that's going to be very interesting. I'll tell you what.
Chile coming up right off the bat is something that I was not really expecting. But hey, as soon as I heard the name Sunny, I was like, yeah, they have to pick Chile. Under
Mhm.
LF4, they just love to pick that particular map. They have a lot of proficiency on it in particular, and they also know for a fact that a lot of the other teams don't really pick up on this map as often. They try to avoid it as much as possible, considering to take a lot more of the well-known map pickups. But Oregon, right off the bat, it's not that surprising now, is it? It's very balanced. You already know what you're going to be capable of on this particular map. There's not really a lot of rocket science strategies that you can go for, but it opens up the entire map for a lot of creative plays if you are very prominent as a team. So let's just see how both of these teams can play each other out because the names are there. We already know what each and every member are capable of, so anything could happen. The map of Oregon, it's gonna be the thing to start it all off.
Absolutely. Oregon, the SA Classic, as we go into map number one of this BO3, with both teams having members of the fabled MRCZ and Hunters LFO. So, in a way, this is partially an MRCZ versus LFO match as well. So, I'm sure a lot of viewers who know the team members will be looking forward to this game as we go into the ban phase. And the first ban from the waterboyz is going to be, of course, once again, the Siege Classic, Thatcher. I mean, Mans doesn't get to play a single game at this point. I think what in the Berlin Major, I could count how many times Thatcher was actually in play in both of my hands. I think overall, I think like out of the many maps that were played, like 7 or 8 times, I think we saw Thatcher, and that's also like me being kind of generous. I don't really think Thatcher was played all that much, but I'll have to look at the stats later on. Flores will be banned from Noah. I'm gonna warn everybody in the chat.
Just
I might
Noakhailla. Just
I
call them.
no, Kali. See, I might be from Kolkata, but like Aggressive pointed out, unless you have the Bangladeshi accent, you're not
Yeah,
getting
the
that name
thick
right. Yeah.
Bangladeshi accent.
Oh boy.
The thick with the
Uh,
double C.
Oh, yes. Flores and Kaid, in the meanwhile, have been banned by the attacking team, Noakhailla. I'll just reserve my words to that. As we move to the final ban of this map, timer ticks down. It is Valkyrie. Nothing unexpected here. The Flores is interesting, but we'll get to that in just a bit as we move into round one.
Very standardized bans, but the Flores getting taken out is something pretty smart because, especially when it comes down to the basement takes, you really just don't want to have that Flores being a massive issue. You have a lot of deployable shields to play around with, especially on the basement rounds. And if they're just able to take down those shields for free, then there's a massive gap on your defensive hold now, isn't there? Smart bans all around, not really going in for the standards, other than, of course, the Hatcher and Valkyrie being taken down to deny the information. Pretty well done. Strong ban phase for each and every one of these teams. But now moving on back, there's one problem that you have to remember. The mirror is still open, so the Twitch needs to come in big. If your Twitch drones are not able to get any form of value, then you could just be digging your own grave here if you're not careful.
Absolutely. Agreed on that one. Twitch drones will be very important. I mean, any utility that can deny Mira either the windows themselves or line of sight through those windows, say, like smokes or even a sense, right? If the
Yeah,
attackers
that
feel
also
like it,
works.
yeah, sense would work fantastically unless the defenders bring a warden. Now, looking at waterboyz, I don't think they're expecting a sense, so they won't bring a warden just yet. But as soon as sense starts coming into play, warden will be brought in as a counter pick. So that's when attacker repick comes in, right? And it starts becoming more and more mind games over the course of the match, and that's what we like to see,
Okay,
right? Rainbow Six.
zero.
Oh, okay, interesting.
That's
Sam
surprising.
Fisher. I think actually that could be quite useful as well. You have the boiler wall and the hatch that you could attack the mirror window from, and that's just thinking about the mirror window in the connector room below meeting hatch. So there's plenty of things that can be done to take care of Buzz, who's the one playing the mirror right there. Speaking of which, actually, I forgot to do the roster introductions for the first map. Let's have a look as we await for the 10 players. Let's have a look at them in the lobby here today. From the side of Noakhailla, I'll try pronouncing that again. Kyo, Apollyon 6.6.6, okay. Poison, Taha, and Nemesis. Side of the waterboyz, we've got Beat, Baz, Rattler, Silence, and Sandy. And while we're still paused, the site that they had selected is Basement Laundry and Supply Room here on Oregon. The pretty standard site to start off on.
Whenever I see the name Rattler, it just puts a little bit of a fear and it ingrains it in you, especially when you've seen how big he was for 100 when he was still playing. When it came down to the Community Cup, then for the Pro Series, the guy single-handedly won about what, 4 or 5 1v4, 1v3 situations. I mean, if you have that big of statistic line in your favor, the members like that, they have to be worried about something like this. But again, we're trying to just instill a fear inside the members of Noakhailla, but not like this, because waterboyz, yeah, they have a lot of big names. They have been playing together for a really long time. They know how to work their way around the map. But I do believe that Noakhailla, they also are very experienced. And it's very surprising to say, I'm pretty sure that every single time we had a community cup up till this point, it was always a map that would go up against both of these very experienced teams. It was mercenaries going up against Hunter LF4 members. There always has to be that one game in the community cup where they go up against each other early instead of facing off against each other in the finals. And I don't know how the storyline builds up each and every time. It's been happening for the last 3 seasons.
Well, I mean, all things considered, these two teams, they just have that kind of shared history, right? All the 10 players in that Hunters and Mercenaries camp. It's just one of those things in the region that you love to follow, a rivalry for the ages, really. And one that we love to see more of But sometimes we'd also like to see MRCZ actually take something over the Hunters. It's been a while, I think, that Mercenaries have actually won a finals, at least in recent memory, because the last two Pro Series, remember, they lost in the BO5 finals 0-3 and 1-3. Excuse me for the voice crack there. But in the meanwhile, a little update about the game, folks. Looks like we have the ready confirmations from both sides, so we won't be waiting any longer. Let's get in round one. Basement laundry and supply room between Noakhailla and waterboyz.
Just see how this one pans out. Oregon, though, very standard, going for the setups. Try and extend the side for as much as you can. But again, you're starting off on basement. It's a really easy side extension that you can go for, unless you just play completely towards the second floor. But again, looking at the picks, it's pretty standard. Alibi to gain slight bits of information to try and bamboozle out the attackers, get the first pings of information early on in the round. But other than that, it's just a pretty standard take. But I do like the idea of going in for the zero and of course the Twitch troll, because now they have a lot of different ways of playing against this mirror, but they need proper second floor control to make this one work out.
Yep. Absolutely agreed on that part. They need that roam clear, and they
defenders
need
are
that roam
aggressive.
clear quick. And in the meanwhile, of course, as you can see, Silence and Sandy, very aggressive. Well, kind of aggressive on that first floor roam right there. To be expected, though, again, the kind of players that these people are, this is going to be a good game indeed. There's going to be some bits of fun, some bits of potentially mildly toxic behavior. Who knows? We'll have to see, as it were. We don't condone toxicity, by the way. I'm just making jokes here. But as we go into the first bit of round one, seems like there'll be a tower take from Poison, going all the way down from tower top floor. Now this is interesting. You normally don't do this for basement, but Sandy gets the first kill. Nemesis on the floor.
Oh, what?
Butler goes down. Beautiful shot right there. Taha finding that smoke, and that's a big drop because smoke is so good for time wasting and area denial. He's gone, and Taha will be very happy to have gotten that kill.
I'm very surprised that the smoke even went in for a play like that, especially after he took down Nemesis. That's a big kill. Taking out the Finka that early is pretty much a death sentence for the attackers, because now you don't have the adrenaline surge to just push your way in as a squad. The fact that he gave that advantage up this early on, that's a 1-for-1 trade guaranteed, because both sides lost something massive. But again, the Habana opening up all the hatches, working their way in towards the side one by one. They have full control, mind you, of every single avenue. But okay, Sandy, the man knows no fear. He just swings out and takes a fight against a person playing vertical.
Now that's Sandy for you. That is indeed Sandy for you right there. This is exactly what he loves to do, and he will do more and more of it given the opportunity. But now, in a man disadvantage
He's
situation.
trying to go for it.
Trying to get in there, gets the barbed wire down, but there's somebody playing around the boiler room. We saw Defender Shadow, excuse me, pop up for just a second outside of Kyo's line of sight. There you go. That's the Melusi watching from the boiler door. There's a line of sight through the soft wall as well. So Apollyon on tower stairs has to come in clutch here. Get the cross angle, get the Melusi out of there. But Nokia's going to push in hard, gets taken down. Sandy's there for the cover. You don't push him like that. There is the refrag taken, but is it too late already? 36 on the clock. It's a 1v3 now. Apollyon drops down. Position given away thanks to the pre-firing. And there gets the Melusi, but Silence is there for the trade instantly. Round one, a solid round indeed, goes to the waterboyz on the defense.
They just had a lot of control, and again, Sandy just hit a lot of spectacular shots. And again, doesn't matter what kind of a strategy you have. Sometimes if your opponent just hits the best shot of his entire career, there's not much that you can do about it. Sometimes your raw mechanical skill will, of course, shadow over any form of strategy that you can go in for. But Noakhailla, the way that they were trying to enter in towards the side, you saw the plan was present. They got that first initial pickup, but losing Nemesis that early on to Sandy, who was just so hyper-aggressive, just caused an even bigger hit. There's no way you can come on back from that, from the attack. You need the adrenaline surge to just burst your way in towards the side. They didn't have that in their arsenal. But again, that's just the first initial round. Nothing really much to worry about. waterboyz, they've already won out on basement, and so the attackers don't really have to worry about that. But for dorms, yeah, this is where the real problems will start to arise. The defensive setup coming in from the waterboyz will be a lot more harder to break. And how will the first floor control play out in this round in particular?
That's actually a really good question. Given that second floor, you normally have like things like a grenade from below, right? A couple of them, or a Zofia impact from below. If the attackers are feeling adventurous, they can get a buck as well. Try to clear out the defenders from verticality, but that doesn't always pan out. And sometimes attackers just don't go for any strats like that, which is interesting. You know, playing reverse vertical just isn't really something that a lot of people seem to do on this site. Now, you did point out no Mira, and I feel like that's become a bit of a staple for second floor bedroom, because Mira, we don't really see her much in the second floor site. We've seen her before, but ooh, that's a big one. Sandy's down. A pain in their sides in the last round. Not this time, though. That's a very good first kill.
Such a necessary pick as well. But again, for Noakhailla, just look at the picks that they have taken, though. All their picks are there to counteract the Mira pickup over on the second side, but that's just not going to happen for them, not just yet. But Rattler, okay. He's going in for a very slow punch. Yeah, that's a C4 kill guaranteed. The man just knows. He has a sixth sense for these kind of things. Game sense on point, and that's going to be the equalization that they want. Taking out the Twitch as well. The drone's not going to be pesky enough to get them the information or even break any form of the gadgets. With that, ladies and gentlemen, they have the control. They have what they need. And Silence, he's still on the first floor. He's just waiting and chilling for the take.
Pure bad movement right there. Bad movement. Deciding to push out. Yep, probably going for the rappel on the foosball window. Understandable, but you gotta clear the angles first. Didn't quite do that. And a beautiful shot from the SMG-11 rang out as the Zofia fell lifeless to the floor. Now, 3v4 is the round situation. 55 on the clock, which means Noakhailla have a situation on their hands. Do they go for breach and then entry? Seems like they want to. Okay, Nemesis's grenade, not fully cooked, but should be enough to take care of any utilities stopping the wall from being breached. There we go. Ace charges will go out. Wall breach, bedroom breach will now be done. Grenades will be tossed in to clear out any bits of utility, but no. ADS wasn't cleared, shots fired, and oh my goodness, how are you still alive, Rattler? That is a question that Nemesis will for sure be asking. 22 on the clock right now. There goes one more. Poison needed that kill. Gets a second. It's now a 2v3. The tables have been turned. Coming up the white stairs. Beat getting a down, though, and that's on the Finca, no less. Taha's coming in. He's going to want to take this fight. SMG-11 does damage. Shotguns out. Drones gets the kill. Poison from the other side. But no, it's all Beat on the map. Beat after beat, shot after shot. He's going to get the round for the team. The final 3 goes to him, and the defenders, waterboyz, continue to build up this lead.
You're never going to get that round unless you have a form of addict control. Again, the smoke's just such a pain to deal with, especially when you don't have anything for the deployable shield. The Jaeger did its job. All the ADSs were in place. You started throwing the nades. You were like, hey, I'm just going to break this shield casually. I'm not going to fight for that control whatsoever, but 2 seconds later, and you just witness the shield sitting inside of attic, and there's a smoke on the other end of it.
You just hear a zip in the air, right? Like a zoop, and it's gone out of the air. Yep. Nothing you can do.
I could literally hear the fat lady singing in the background. As soon as I knew that, okay, Bass is just gonna chill there, there's nothing that they can do to try and get him out of it. Unless they hit him immediately as soon as he swings with a pre-fire, you're just dead. That round was all but over. And waterboyz, looking at their strategical defense, they have the entire map under guard. And the members of Noakhailla, they're not doing anything to just take that map control away. They're funneling through only one singular sideline, and that's hurting them so much here.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty clear to see, right? Poison playing the 0 in the last round. Came up the white stairs, actually got, I think, a triple kill, right? We kind of didn't get to highlight that because of everything else in the round. But Poison's triple kill nearly derailed the waterboyz there. So that's something that Noakhailla should definitely take into consideration here, that they can make those off plays and potentially catch the waterboyz off guard, take away their lead, take away their momentum, and turn things around. Side being on meeting, it's interesting. Meeting kitchen. Some teams go for kitchen dining as well, but both sides need upstairs hold, a very strong upstairs hold. Normally you'd see a castle, but waterboyz have opted not to go for the castle pick, so that's pretty interesting. Oh, Sandy, I'm not sure about that. There's people on tower top floor, but they don't know yet. Maybe a shot. No, that's an Osa facing the attic wall from tower, and it seems like that's where the attackers want to go through for now.
Also is going to be a massive thorn on the sides for waterboyz because of the amount of information that she can gain. As annoying as a clash it would be, but okay, silence. Baby with the engagement, he's going to be going in for something a bit more aggressive. But again, look at the level of presence that they have. So much of the map is still under their control, and they're hungry for the first initial kill. The Zofia charges, the concussion hits the first. Keo taking a good chunk of damage, bullet holes galore. And now they're just gonna wait, they're just gonna chill, and they are going to expect this play to come out. That's gonna be the first, and Apollo, he takes a backseat. The sledge doesn't really get much done, and look at the players on towards the side of Attic, man. They're just waiting, they're pre-firing every single corner, but maybe they're running a bit more than they can chew. But I think, never mind, I'm not gonna say anything because they know exactly what they're doing.
Oh, 100%. They know exactly what they're getting into right now. Poison just unable to get anything on Attic. Probably is going to evacuate the position as an SMG-11 fires out. Guess that Poison trying to escape is caught by the Malusi on the off angle. There comes the alibi with one more. And it's all down to Cure, the last one standing no longer. As the alibi comes back, once again, finishes off the round, and the waterboyz continue what seems to be a dominant start, at least in these first 3 rounds. They've taken the first half of the first half 0-3. Noakhailla currently not looking too good. They don't have momentum. They don't even have a round to their name. And while rounds 1 and 2 came close, that attack on meeting left a lot to be desired.
Couldn't even get into the building. Jack.
Yeah.
They were all stuck outside of Attic, and the site was meeting.
Yep. You know what they say, like, this was the thing in the Berlin Major as well. There were so many of these off-site holds, right? Second floor holds for basement sites and so on and so forth. You would think that the teams, at least in this situation, most defenders are second floor. There's only 2 defenders in 2 very large rooms. Now, they have cover granted, and there's vertical sights, but if you get into sight and actually watch those vertical angles, actually have someone holding top floor, there's a good chance you can win, right, in a hold like that. Now, it's not recommended. It can fail, just like everything else in the game, but when nothing's going your way, might as well try it, right? But we're going to basement laundry anyway, with the 3-0. waterboyz looking very strong. Very strong, excuse me, voice crack.
Look at boy, Pete, he went in for a complete run out or for a spawn peek. He nearly got caught for it as well. And be able to survive for a little while longer. But again, for Noakhailla, they're not really worrying about much. They're just laying their sides, they're playing it slow. But they need to work their way in. This basement hold is such a massive nuisance for them to try and take a fight with. And Taha, again, he's been able to shut down Sandy in so many different engagements. He's been beautiful with these fights, especially against the White Swings. But is it going to be enough for him, though, is the real question. Still a 5 versus 4. They cannot start being a lot more comfortable in their positions because, hey, there's a lot of people playing around the corners. You need to check each and every avenue, and silence could easily be the massive thorn on their sides that could take them down a couple of pegs here. No one's going to clear kitchen, not in this engagement. And silence probably could just get a freebie for himself if they have it. Ooh, not today.
Not today, it seems. The Jaeger has been shut down, and
Nice
there we go.
shot.
Good shot by Nemesis. Sees the punch hole right there, finds the warden. Vaz goes down. Around where, finally, it seems like Noakhailla have an answer. The way waterboyz have been playing so far. Rattler, not like this. The runner is spotted though. Beat's position will be known. Is anybody coming down tower stairs? There seems to be one maybe, while the hatch is going to be open. No, excuse me. Beat, he's actually coming up tower stairs. I don't know about this. There we go. Cure will shut him down. And that, of course, AK does not fail. Slow fire rate, but it doesn't matter. Got the kill nonetheless. Bit of a messy swing. I'll give him that. But still, Noakhailla put themselves on the board. It is 1-3 to the waterboyz.
See, the damage coming in from the SMG was just a little bit too weak, but again, that's completely fine. Nothing much to worry about on that perspective. But now we do see a little bit of a change coming in from the side of the waterboyz, picking up the Thorn and the Vigil. Okay. This could be interesting.
Okay. Definitely, I feel like the Thorn. Thorn definitely has a place here, alongside Melusia and alongside the barbed wires of the Jaeger. Vigil, on the other hand, I feel like Sandy's trying to do a little bit of a lone wolf play from off angles, places you wouldn't expect, because the Vigil hides himself from the drones relatively well. You still know an overall position of where Vigil might be, but while that 12-meter radius of the Vigil's scan denial ability does hide him, does give away some information about where he is, you still aren't exactly aware where in the room, which piece of, which prop is he behind, which cover is he using. And sometimes that can lead to some very awkward situations where the attackers, go in effectively blind. So Sandy's got something to say with that Vigil. We'll see if he's able to actually say what he intends to as he's playing tower top floor, just breaking out the glass. But that's going to be the signal that tells people that, hey, there's somebody up there. So tower top floor clear becomes very important for Noakhailla in the meanwhile.
He's going to wait this one out. Again, Sandy, he's playing a very dangerous game by holding tower this aggressively. He has nowhere to run back into. And if they start pushing him on towards the side of towers with multiple different players, this could just be the do or die for them. Again, he's just waiting for this engagement. One player holding from the bottom side of the roof. Reverse propel to possibly try and clear this man out, but Baz, such a beautiful shot, shutting down poison early. Again, it's a thinker going out before any of the adrenaline surges were used. So that's a massive hit when it comes down to your utility.
Oh, yeah.
And you haven't even entered into any of the sites or established any form of map control at all.
Ooh, Silence finds another one, rappelling up to tower roof in the meanwhile. That is the Twitch, and there's Beat to find Nemesis as well. A collapse is in order. Beat is traded away thanks to Taha on tower first floor. So one kill is taken back by the attackers, but again, their presence was challenged so thoroughly. And so many of the defenders were just in first floor, tower, top floor, so on and so forth. They even have, were having relative control over the diffuser for a second there. Kyo has recovered it since. Taha now getting the hatches open on meeting nice and quickly, which means we should see a site push any second now. There's a smoke in blue, so Rattler will be the first line of defense for within the site. Never mind, tower stairs, somebody needs to watch that. Silence comes around, gets the kill nonetheless. It's all down to Kyo, a Nomad with all the air jabs and flashbangs remaining, but no life remaining. There we go, the waterboyz will win another. They are now 4-1 up, going into the last round in the first half.
That was just a guaranteed hit. God damn, that was so clean as well. The way that they're establishing these early aggressive rounds is just so perfect to watch each and every time. waterboyz, the way that they are playing, they're trying to shut down the map control before it can be taken back. Noakhailla, they're not really utilizing their drones to try and set up trades and crossfires. That's one of the primary reasons why they're getting taken down so early. Noakhailla, they're not having the best of time when it comes down to winning out on a lot of these aim deals, but at the end of the day, if you have proper trade setup, do you really need to win out on aim deals at that point? Not really. Even if you lose, at least your teammates are always going to be present to try and trade you out and find a frag, but in this case, waterboyz, they're just getting away with these 1v1 engagements. And unless we see something completely different coming in from Noakhailla, yes, I understand you're feeling confident in your own abilities to try and take gunfights, but if it's not working, maybe you just need to switch something out because you're down 3 rounds consecutive. And if you lose this one here, waterboyz, there's 2 away from trying to get match point. So 1 away from match point.
Yep. And that's the thing, right? waterboyz are, well, they're actually 2 away from the first map point here, map point on map 1. But that's the thing, right? They still have to get those 2 rounds. And Noakhailla have a little bit of wiggle room here. They can afford to lose a couple of rounds, but once it goes all the way up to match point and farther, well, things will be pretty much in the blender for them, and they cannot afford that silence all the way out towards small tower. The site being first floor, interestingly enough, not second floor bedroom like most people would actually think. And this is, of course, the Hunter's LFO influence on the waterboyz right now, because they love doing this. They love playing these off sites, these weird sites that nobody goes to, and it works for them as Apollyon will go down. The Buck having a quiet map so far, 1-5 as he joins the dust.
Feel bad for them as well. Again, look at the way that waterboyz are playing. They're so far apart, but the engagements are so clean. The way that they're spreading themselves out on power positions all across the map, denying the level of control against Noakhailla. It's just so beautiful to watch. And you are not going to expect this every single time as well, unless your drone work is completely and absolutely immaculate. But again, now they're stuck in a pretty tough spot. They need to clear out the second floor if they want to have any opportunity to push their way in. But with 3 players holding attic, is it really a good idea? Because you're not going to get away with everything here. But I like this take. Noakhailla, they're playing around from 2 different sidelines. And because of it, they have that opportunity to just go in for a pincer and enter into the site while the members of the second floor are still holding from the top end.
That's definitely a much better attempt at winning over the meeting site than they had tried a couple of rounds ago. But they have to yet get in their beautiful grenade. Beautiful grenade right there from Nemesis. Finds the Jaeger, ironically enough. So looks like Silence does have to worry about grenades now. Jokes aside, Poison going all the way to small tower. Taha finding Sandy. So the opening is there now. They can actually get in. Rattler's holding a pretty tight angle here, but the zoom scopes might not let him see the heads that are crossing. There we go. Nemesis taking damage in the meanwhile. Gunfights are going to happen. This is going to be a messy entry if the side of the defenders have anything to say about it. Baz taking shots. That's the Maisha right there. Beat very low. He goes down. Poison with a kill. It's a 2v4 now. Rattler and Baz, the last 2 standing, going towards the Z corridor. Sees one. Doesn't get the Sophia, but does get it on the retrade. Okay, I was going to say that would have been a panic and a half for the smoke, but no, he's back. Gonna throw a gas grenade. Yes, he does. Does it get to Taha? No, it does not. It's not stopping the plant. Second gas grenade is now out as well. Plant is still happening, and it's now a post-plant situation for these defenders here.
These positions are just so hard to hold. The timing's not gonna be there. You can't push his shield in that sense. And yep, he's just dead. He's just down. Rattler on the bottom end. He wants to try and go in for that kill, but Taha's just way too quick with it. You gotta love it when you see it. Good God, that was such a beautiful play when it came down over into meaning. Go in for a double-sided pincer. Go in 2 sides of the map at the same time. They opened up the main hard wall for the bottom side to go straight up into meeting, and they also showed their presence over on the second floor. So the players playing from second floor, they couldn't just leave it alone now, could they? Everyone died on the bottom end. Sandy took the first initial hit. You took down the roams, and then you had that idea in your head. Okay, I painted a picture. Normally what happened in the last couple of rounds when they were playing on the second floor, there were 3 players the first floor, there were 3 players playing on the attic side. And the defenders, they were trying to hold attic as hard as they possibly could. I already took down Sandy on the bottom floor. What does that mean? Site has to be weak. So they diverted all of their attention away from the attic side. Like, they completely gave it up, and they started to fight for the side instead. I loved this play and the adaptation coming in from Noakhailla. They understood, they adapted, and now they've gotten around for themselves. They relieved the pressure that was building on top of them to go over to a possible 1-5 scoreline, and a 2-4 very respectable when it comes down to the side swap. So let's just see how they play this one out in particular, because the defensive side needs to be quite hefty, because waterboyz, especially after what kind of aggression that they showed on their defensive side, I don't know how their attack is going to look.
given everything, I'm pretty sure we can expect a pretty aggressive attack from the waterboyz right here. And that's probably what they're going to be setting up for. Now, a standard attacker,
Wow.
you know...
Poor grenade.
Interesting decision. Probably a fat finger, I think, from the
I think
finger
so.
right there. Who knows, yeah. But anyhow, pretty standard, you know, overall attacker lineup there. Nothing too particularly special. You can just switch out the Hibana for an Ace or a Maverick if you're going for second floor. And you can probably switch out the Twitch as well. They brought the Twitch expecting maybe a Mira, given the site is bottom floor. But none of that seems to be in play from the defense. Noakhailla is playing it a lot more like you would normally expect. But in place of a smoke, they brought in a Legion. Pretty okay. It's an interesting decision. They overall play similar roles in terms of denial of movement, wasting time, especially towards the end. If you get caught with a goo mine, there's 5 seconds left and you have to get the plant down. My goodness, in those times, those things can feel like, you know, just full-size anvils being dropped on your head because you don't have anything to be able to. Oh, okay, looks like we got a bit of a screen bug here. Can't really see much. I think it's fixed now. Maybe. Hopefully. Sandy is just on his drone, giving away positions of the Wamai. The Wamai isn't taken down just yet. There we go. Okay, we're back. The grenade's going to go through as well. He's going to find anyone. Ooh, it's out, but no, it's caught by another disc. But that takes care of the Banshee though, so that's good utility coverage nonetheless.
Polo, he nearly got away with it as well, but Sandy, he's just quick on the trades. Gonna be able to get that shut down. 1-for-1 trades coming in from either end, but again, the site has been solely worked into it. Sandy, wait, what? He's just casually walking in with his buddies. They have full side control now. And because of it, they're going to be able to go in for that proper hold. Poison's holding from the top inside of Attic, but he doesn't really have an angle for anything here. Sandy again with the LMG, just raining down hell. He gets a quadrikill, and now he's up for his ace. He's just waiting for this engagement, and as soon as he finds that first initial noise made by Poison, yep, the reload can be heard. They know his position. He's holding from the top side of this. He's gonna drop down, going in for the kill, and Sandy comes in with the ace,
There
baby. He takes it away, and waterboyz, they start off their own attack in half. In style, and Sandy, man. Finka's normally the person who entry second or third, but the man, he went in for the entry with the Finka.
Oh, not only did he go in for the Finka entry, he won with the Finka entry, mind you. And that, of course, is exactly why you want Sandy to play the dangerous operators, the ones that are currently dominating the meta, just like how Finka is right now. I mean, if you've seen the charts, anyone in the chat, you know, thanks to the recent release of the patch that's gone onto the test server, you'll know that Finka is currently beyond the graph, literally outside of the graph levels of pick rate and a positive win rate. So she's winning more matches than she's losing, and she's being picked like 120% of the time. That is outstanding for an operator, but also very clearly there's something going on with said op that allows for them to be picked so often. And with Finka, we all know the drill. Adrenal Surge, no recoil, high damage LMG, Gone 6, grenades. What more do you want? Build a team around the Finka and watch as all your worries melt away in a hailstorm of bullets and explosions. That sounds like a Michael Bay movie, but it's not. That is literally the playstyle of Finka right there. Anyhow, round 8, 5-2. waterboyz one away from match point.
And maybe she is the protagonist of Michael Bay movie. You never really know. She could be there at any time because, honestly, she's so oppressive as well to go up against. It's impossible. Think about it. This one operator has 2 grenades to get instant kills if you have enough information, has an LMG that can fire forever, plus she has an adrenaline surge that can pick up down players and also give you extra HP.
Okay,
I think we cursed this man to the point of no return. This guy just casually started running up white stairs and just he just YOLO'd it.
Yep.
And there's no other way you can put it. He just absolutely YOLO'd the hell out of this entire thing.
Yep. Unfortunate right there, but that's also one of the best ways to play against the Finka. Multi-peek from different angles, because there's no way you're winning a one-to-one gunfight, especially against someone like Sandy. So the best thing to do is to establish a cross and use it against the Finka. Breach is being taken care of in the meanwhile. Nemesis with those Kiba barriers will become very handy, as there you go. Line of sight is denied. The shield is there as the Gemini goes out, but it's been denied as well. There you go. The Breach has effectively been plugged up. Look at that. That's how strong Azami is as well. We don't talk about it too much because the conversation is all about Finka right now. Poison on the first floor might have something to say about these attackers. Nemesis has retreated as well for the time being. Going to go back up white stairs nice and quickly. waterboyz in a bit of an interesting position here. They don't actually have much in terms of map control. They've got the breach done, but they only have bedroom and trophy to their name, while the entirety of the building still remains in the favor of Noakhailla. The grenade from Rattler might be the start of something here as Apollyon goes down.
The Zami's barriers are also getting taken out slowly but surely. That's gonna leave a big dent when it comes down to the defensive sidelines. But again, they've not really gained as much control as they would have wanted. With only 40 seconds left, the entirety of the first floor is completely open. But
Beautifully done. Beautifully done.
What's he doing there?
Nemesis, yeah, wait, what? Another one? Same window. Rattler finds the high in the meanwhile. Okay, we're jumping into the round, as it were. Kyo just barely avoiding death right now. Might find one. No, the recoil on the Jaeger's gun takes him out of it, and it's all down to Poison, the last one standing. Plan's gonna go off. No, it doesn't have to either. Silence will take the kill. waterboyz on map point now. They are one round away from taking us to 1-0 going into map 2.
But Nemesis, what are you doing right against the window? A little bit of a questionable point, especially when they had the advantage. They didn't need to play this aggressive at all. They could have anchored on towards the side because they have all the information in the entire world. And the members of waterboyz, they're the ones who need to push in towards the side.
Yep.
Where were the crossfires? Noakhailla, they just don't, like, I don't know. It felt as though they zoned out for a moment.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. It definitely felt like they just lost focus for some reason and made some questionable decisions.
Attackers have discovered the location of the bomb.
Happens to the best of us, but again, when the stakes are so high, can you really afford making these mistakes? Because Oregon is your own pick. You're supposed to be stronger on this particular map, but waterboyz, they're showing stronger fundamentals and it's working against them.
10 seconds remaining.
That much is very clear with the way that this map has gone so far. 6-2 to the waterboyz. They are just about on the cusp of an early victory in this map. Looking to make it a 2-0 maybe even, because they will be going into map number 2, which is their pick, mind you, Chalet. Now, if this were a full-blown Hunters versus MRCZ game, then Chalet would be an interesting match because, well, both teams lay claim to that map. Both teams love playing it, and Hunters might edge out MRCZ in terms of statistics, but mind you, this isn't exactly Hunters or MRCZ, right? There's a couple of changes, additions, and so on and so forth. So, all things considered, Chalet, again, I would probably say that makes it even more exciting how Chalet will be played. I'm expecting a close game there, maybe the polar opposite of this one as well, but it all depends on what we'll see when we go there. First, waterboyz has to win this round, or maybe the next one, just one round is all they need.
That one round is far-blown Cinderella story at this point because the way that the members of waterboyz are playing, it's just so difficult to go up against them. They have ample amounts of information, and especially with Rattler being on that nuke, just completely denying so much control. The grenade!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call a sizable oof as Sandy finds Apollyon as well. It's all falling apart right now for Noakhailla. There's Beat with the kill to Nemesis. Taha and Kyo. It's a 2v5. Taha finds one, but at the cost of a lot of HP right now. The Finka's coming in. There's Sandy with 2 to finish. waterboyz with a quick, clean 7-2 to start us off in this best of 3 of theirs that we have seen pan out. This was the pick of Noakhailla, and they have lost this map to 7.
I was not mentally prepared for this at all. If you told me this is how the first initial map would play out, I would not have believed you. But again, look at the level of control that they had. My hair is an absolute mess, and that's for a reason. The amount of grenade kills and the amount of plays that Sandy was making with so much pressure on his side. The guy just knew no chill. And then came the knock, like casually throwing grenades. Rattler was just having the game of his life. He had every single avenue under control, and he had the map on the back of his mind. The entire picture that the members of waterboyz they were painting out for their entire squad, it was perfect. They left nothing to guesswork. And when you have this level of information on your side, when your game sense is this keen and your team play and coordination is just so much better, you'd question what exactly went wrong for the members of Noakhailla, because it felt as though they were not playing together as a team whatsoever. And that's why they just started falling flat on their faces in so many more of these engagements. It was rough to watch. And as we head on down over to the highlights in just a little bit, we're going to be able to witness that all over again as well, Jack, because Noakhailla, they left so much to be desired for in this particular map. The
I
team
gotta
just
agree with you. Yeah, they
felt
left a
so
lot.
disconnected.
Absolutely. Very disconnected play from Noakhailla overall. And waterboyz, I mean, credit where credit is due. They played fantastic Siege, but unfortunately, Noakhailla didn't really have an answer for a lot of it, right? It was what, a 4-2 first half, and then just one round was taken. Not even one round, actually. Waterboyz didn't even lose any round, excuse me, in the second half. And that's a little concerning for them. Sure, they might have a lot to say about Chalet, and we might even still go to map 3. Don't get me wrong. It's a mistake that I've made before to underestimate the players that are playing on the Noakhailla roster. But see, the thing is, losing map 1 like this, that's going to be a lot of pressure because you're already 0-1 down the map count. Your enemy team is pretty much on series point, and they just need to win the second map, and you're done with it. BO3s are longer, definitely, probably the best way to experience Siege, but at the same time, they're also short in the respect that there's not too much time given to you to adapt and bounce back. Noakhailla have to rebound on map 2 because what we saw in Oregon, I don't think is going to carry them to victory anytime soon.
Again, you did forget one of the other key component factors that waterboyz have in their favor: their confidence. If you win out on a map in such a hefty scoreline, when it's Oregon, mind you, and Oregon is possibly statistically one of our closest maps where we've seen the most overtimes as well. It ended on a 2-7.
Yep.
Tell me how much confidence you would have as a player on the opposing squad by closing out a map this early on, and Sandy's got an ace to boot as well on top of it on that first initial. The guy's leading the charge on the scoreboard as well. He's 14-5. He nearly has a 3 KD.
That right there is probably all the information anyone ever needs about Sandy, is that he is a force to be reckoned with. And anyone going up against a team that has Sandy in it, man, you had better watch out. 14-5, nearly a 3 KD right there, and a 67% KOST. I mean, he was fragging most of the time, excuse me. So it makes sense that his cost wouldn't exactly be too high, but that's where Rattler, Baz, Beat, everybody else comes in, right? Silence, probably the quietest of the bunch, and even then, they put out a better performance than Apollyon, Nemesis, and Kyo. Yeah, even on support, they put out a better performance than Apollyon, Nemesis, and Kyo, while Taha and Poison were the ones to pretty much charge forward from the Noakhailla lineup. So not the best showing from those folks at Noakhailla, as it were. But who knows? Chalet might be their proving grounds. I mean, it'll have to be if they want to take us to map 3 and push this game to decider. If they're not able to, then folks, this might just be another 2-0, just like what happened to Kita Esports earlier tonight. I mean, Kita goes to lower bracket. Who knows? They might actually end up facing Noakhailla in the lower bracket, but we'll see about that after a short break before we come back for map 2. Stay tuned.
runs through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I
could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Community Cup for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zotac Gaming and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Aggressive, once again, as we are here for Map 2 of this BO3 between Noakhailla and the waterboyz right there. Excuse me right there. Match 2, or Map 2, depending on how you call it, is Chalet. That has been picked by the waterboyz. Map 1 has already ended, and that was a 7-2 in favor of, excuse me right there, of the waterboyz. So, you know, they're going on to their own map with a 1-0 advantage. Aggressive. This is looking like a dicey situation for Noakhailla, isn't it?
especially in this kind of a situation. Their backs were against the wall. They need to try and figure something out. They had a little bit of a pause, a 10-minute break to just try and reconnect with each other. Because honestly, after what happened in the last game, it's not their raw mechanical skill that was letting them down, but it was the team play and coordination. It was just non-existent. I understand you want to take fights, but is there a reason for you to take so many 1v1 engagements, especially in the game of Siege, when you know your opponents are just hitting nutty shots? There's that one player always in a rank setting. Unless it's a hacker, there's someone that can just instantly dome you as soon as you peek a corner. But if you double peek it or you take a peek from two separate angles, the person just can't take the fight every single time now, can they? And from Noakhailla, I saw none of that. Okay, 0, getting banned out early. That's very substantial on this particular map. He's strong here in every way, shape, and form.
Yep. That is pretty true. 0 getting banned outright as the first attacker to be taken care of here by the waterboyz. Noakhailla have the second ban of the map, and it is going to be, well, there we go, the usual treatment of the Thatcher ban. No surprises right there. Good old Mike Baker. Well, he barely gets to play games these days anyway. Ban number 3, which is the first defender for this map to be banned, that is from Noakhailla, is going to be Kaid as a follow-up to the Thatcher ban. Similar to Clubhouse in Oregon, Thatcher getting banned leaves a lot of hatches and walls that Thatcher can't actually, that cannot be opened without Kaid being banned. If you don't have Thatcher, those walls becomes exponentially harder to open. So that's why the ban on the Kaid. With the final defender remaining, waterboyz will decide to take out Azami.
Okay, that's interesting.
Very interesting indeed. Azami is an operator whom we have not really seen be banned yet, but we've seen that operator make waves in competitive Siege. So makes sense on a map like Chalet, where reconstruction of the site is so important, Azami would be banned. With that being said, we're going to be going straight to round number 1. The site is second floor, master bedroom and office. And here we go. Noakhailla have the first attack.
Interesting pickups from both ends. Rooney to just block off any form of an aggressive rush that could be coming in from the attackers. Pretty smart. They have paced themselves in such a way because they're expecting a Ying to come out. Ying is just so powerful in this particular map, especially with the Candelas just completely burning down any defender that could be holding from any particular corner. And with the Rooney, they can put an instant stop to those aggressive rushes. They can't easily get their way in. They need to burn a lot of utility to try and break through those walls. So that's perfectly fine on my end, because now it just adds a little bit of a more of a strategic depth to how the attackers need to play this one out. Sides have been extended really well. They are taking control of each and every sideline, and the second floor has been completely expanded onto multiple different sidelines have been found. But again, how will the lurk play on this particular map really work out here, Jack? Because after Chalet got reworked, it's been a pretty long time, but this map has eluded me whenever I play the game of Siege. It rarely ever comes up unless I'm playing Unranked. And, you know, Unranked just...
Yeah,
it doesn't mean anything in most cases.
I know. I mean, yeah, 90% of the time Unranked is just a bunch of monkeys jumping out and trying to kill each other. So, yeah, I can understand what happens in the game. But when it comes to Chalet, the site specifically, what we're seeing here, right, second floor bedroom. With this site,
what?
Actually,
did he just randomly find that kill? What?
He did. Somebody was crossing the hallway of library stairs or library hallway, whatever have you, and just gets taken down. That's unfortunate right there. Sandy's trying to find the return frag, but isn't going to be able to. Boz, the Valkyrie, is the one to go down. Is that a runner from Beat? Yes, it is. But is he going to find anything? No, he's going to get taken down instead. Spent too long outside as Silence takes a ton of damage as well. What I was going to say, as another kill goes up, okay, we're just going to have to wait for the explanation later. Sandy finding the first kill. Poison going down. And there's another one. The SMG-11 fires in. What? There's the Jaeger. The sudden collapse from these attackers. There is a refrag taken, but the Finka goes down nonetheless because there were 2 defenders outside the site, not just one. Apollyon is the last one standing, and a GN is fired off in the all chat. We got it all here, folks. It's full-on electronic sports that's being played here today. As a smoke grenade from the Twitch will go out towards the library side. trying to mask the entry, trying to potentially use it as a distraction, but there's a shotgun playing very close to the piano door, excuse me.
Oh, nice shot.
Beautiful shot right there. That actually takes care of one of them. No, why would you
Wait,
do
what?
that? Why would you do that? The smoke going out, you could have just waited instead. But because he swung out like that and the Aruni gate was disabled when the defender got close, there was enough time to adjust and get the kill. The 1v2 for the Twitch. Well played to Apollyon, but I have to say, those were costly mistakes by the defenders.
Yeah, but honestly, at the end of the day, the defenders did tie out early to the most unfortunate spam of Baz's entire career. So I guess it's completely fine. They kept things close. They could have won things out, but again, potato to make it come out. They can beat the dead horse as much as you want, but that round lost was Noakhailla just working the map beautifully. They got the first initial pick. It was a bit rough right around the edges, but again, they were able to get it back under control. And again, Apollo, he had such a rough game on map number 1, but I think he activated himself.
Might just be, yeah. The 1v2 definitely coming in clutch for Noakhailla, giving them the first point in this map, already setting it apart from map number 1, where Noakhailla didn't even get a point until the 4th round. waterboyz on the defense, I mean, they will definitely be feeling the fact that Chalet is a slightly attacker-sided map, a rarity in the Siege competitive map pool, but looking at the statistics, looking at the overall way teams have played and how many teams have won this and that, Chalet in most regions has turned out to be ever so slightly attacker-sided as compared to its large map brethren like Villa, like other slightly smaller maps as well. Theme Park, I mean, it's so defender-sided. The size between Theme Park and Chalet is like, it's a 19-20 difference, right? Just barely any smaller Chalet. But it somehow turns out attacker-sided because of a multitude of factors. With all that being said, though, waterboyz have the attack second. So they definitely know what they're getting into here. They made that decision to go attack second. Noakhailla taking the advantage of attack first. Pings are out on the defender on the mezzanine area, the balcony of library. But there's a Valcam that's giving him information to keep him alive for the time being. You have these defenders poised in these powerful positions. So it's up to Noakhailla once again to try and root them out before things get dicey.
Not gonna be able to get it done early enough though, because again, there's a lot of time for the attackers to burn through to just slowly work their way in towards the side, and that's exactly what they're doing. No rush whatsoever, waiting for the defenders to peek out aggressive. What? Oh, Polo. He shoots out Sandy and he's just going for it.
Huge indeed. As one more kill fires out from the C4 in the meanwhile, excuse me right there. That was the C4 of the Valkyrie, as another bit of damage was done to Poison on the roof, but Sandy took more damage from that. Ooh, the shotgun playing so close. Rattler, you cannot afford to make that same mistake again, but no, the Flores drone will force the mute back instead into the site, taking care of other pieces of utility that's been caught elsewhere. They need to be vigilant here. It's a 4v3. It is still very possible to win. You just have to not give away your heads here. That's something that waterboyz needs to remember.
Valkyrie's in a pretty strong power position though, holding all the way down towards the lobby area. If he's able to work his way back in, then that's a free kill over onto one. Girl Barrel's been spotted! This swing is going to be the most crucial one. Sandy, I think you're tunnel visioning a little bit too much here, buddy. He's going to be going in for the push and the engagement. He does find a fight, though, and good boys. They're going to be able to get one from one side, and Rattler's going to be able to shut down the other. And now Polo, he needs to come in big. He's been clutching so many of these plays. 4-0 for this man on the Twitch. But again, he needs to do God's work to try and find this. Poison comes in from the back, shuts down the Valkyrie. And now, it's crunch time, baby. 11 seconds left. Do they find the frags? And yes, they do. Apollo with another one. Double kill for Sandy. And Sandy, nope! Doesn't find the engagement. And Apollo 5-0 for this guy. He started off at the bottom for map number 1. But now, he's sky high for map number 2. Give it up for Apollo, because this guy is absolutely impossible to go up against, it seems.
Absolutely. Apollyon. Truly coming in as a force of nature in these 2 rounds. What is that? 2 1v2s? Absolutely No chill right there. Waterboyz again should have won that round. Uselessly, not
Defenders,
excuse me,
protect
that was a
your
bit too
bombs
harsh.
from being defused by
Needless
attackers.
peaks, needless runouts. When you have advantage, hold it. Hold your crosses. 2 rounds they made that mistake. 2 rounds they have lost. Noakhailla starting off with a 2-0.
Bomb
We're
located
going
by
to a different
attackers.
site now, as is the case, as it should be. When it works and when it doesn't work, change it up. And the site this time is on first floor bar and games room, coming out from the Waterboyz. They need to change it up. They need to win around here, put themselves on the board, and then move from there. Take it from a round by round basis, because otherwise Noakhailla will build momentum
5
and
seconds to
absolutely
insertion.
run away with map 2 Chalet. Mind you, Waterboyz were the ones who picked this map. They were the ones who brought Noakhailla here. So, all things considered, it's down to the Waterboyz to try and win in the map that they have picked. Noakhailla, they know how it feels to lose your map pick, so they will try to avoid, losing here as well. They want to take that, pull this one over the Waterboyz, but no early peek from Sandy. That's Nemesis down.
It's a hurt for you in the long run. Again and again, we saw.
Oh.
I
Now
can't even
that-
finish my sentences, man. And Silence just casually gets the perfect peak angle for him. The pixels were there. The beautiful way that they were able to isolate each and every fight. 2 free kills, and they're doing exactly as we wanted here, Jack. They
Yep.
expected the engagement. They played it out slow. And they're using the tendencies of Noakhailla against them.
That's pretty much what you expect to do in these situations, right? And Taha caught in a position where he just absolutely has to use these Selmas to try and give himself a bit of wiggle room here. He does get it. A line of sight is opened onto library balcony. So the defender there can't hold for too long. Apollyon wants to come in as well, and that is exactly what they'll do towards Piano. This could be... Never mind. I was going to say, Apollion's been such a danger, but no, they've been shut down. Now it's a 2v5. I don't want to, curse it too early, but this round could actually be a round that Noakhailla win.
Oh, yeah, that alibi. That's going to give all the information that they need. Those clones have found out all of the attackers' positions. They're going to be very telegraphed that, yep, that's the final run out and a flawless round to boot. Waterboyz, they put up a pretty strong answer here. That's insane to watch. Normally, a team is never able to pick up this heavily. But for the side of the defense, Waterboyz, that was a pretty strong adaptation, the way that they played it all out.
Mm-hmm. I gotta agree with you there. It definitely was a pretty strong round for them. But again, they have to keep it up. Now that they've, actually put themselves on the board, equalize. And as soon as they
Defenders, protect your
do,
bombs from
they've
being defused
taken
by
that
attackers.
momentum away from the side of Noakhailla. They've taken the momentum away from them. They've taken whatever is they had away, and now they can truly build towards their own. That's what they need to do here. And that is what they'll be setting up for. They've gone for the basement snowmobile garage hold. Now, this is not something we see every day, or a lot for that matter. Snowmobile is not played that much these days. So Waterboyz have an interesting proposition by going here. Of course, wall protection will only be from the mute. They're bringing in
10
the
seconds
Legion
remaining.
this time. Okay, so they're probably playing for the late round, which means they'll probably play a little bit more
5 seconds
reserved
insertion.
as well. Noakhailla, on the other hand, hard breach heavy. They've made the switches.
Attackers
Round
are
4
moving out to
is now a
locate
go.
bomb and defuse it.
Interesting pickups as well when you consider the attackers. Noakhailla, they're playing a double breach. One hard, one soft. So, at the end of the day, what's the game plan here? Because they don't really have much to clear out the mute other than a couple of grenades. So, this will be very crucial in the way that they're going to pan this one out. Especially on basement, unless you have proper control of the second floor, you're not really going to be able to work your way in towards the side. But Kyo, he doesn't even care. He's not going towards the second floor to try and play for the hatch, but instead, he's just walking up the basement hallway. Wait, what?
Right, interesting decision making here, but they will actually get one. Boz goes down. The Alaba on the other side finds the Hibana, cures off the board. So, okay, they got the mute, but they lost the Hibana. So I'm not sure that was actually entirely worth it. As Nemesis just about walks away with that one. Silence. Wait a minute. Inside the site. This is not entirely good, is it? The finger trying to get in the site right about now. A breach is happening. Where is Beat? He needs to make a play here, and that play will determine something or the other, I'm sure. But no, he's actually in blue. Watching a longer angle, there's another breach going off. Looks like Noakhailla seems to have they seem to have surprised waterboyz here by deciding to play the trench and back big garage walls instead of going for the front wall like you normally see anyone do. There goes the Legion, there goes another, and it's all down to Silence in a 1v4. The Jaeger is in a pretty bad position. There we go. Dead on the floor. 3-1 now, as Noakhailla is still clearly in the running for the lead, and they've taken it back. The momentum as well, whatever dent was done in the last round, undone. 3-1 on round 5.
Explain to me what just happened. They ran into garage. They just started casually waltzing their way through the basement hallway as if they owned this, and there was nothing to stop. What?
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
Jack?
as they can.
Is there a strategy that I just don't know about in this game where you just run into garage, walk up the basement hallway, you don't have any control over on the first floor, you don't have anyone pincering or even causing a little bit of a nuisance on the main garage entrance?
I think
You
it's
just walk in.
yeah, I think it's a mix of a couple of factors there, right? So normally with Snowmobile, what people expect when they're going there for the first time on defense is that teams will, go to the front wall, the garage wall, right? The actual wall that leads to the outside of the building in Snowmobile. And then they can play the breach from there. But no, Noakhailla immediately decided, you know what? One, we're going to be hyper aggressive about this, and we're going to go from the back. Back, big garage or car garage, whatever have you. They went in through there, walked up the hallway, and the only thing that waterboyz had in terms of indication was a bit of sound of the door being broken. So two players were peeking that. They were getting aggressive, and thus it was a one-to-one trade. But the breach happened because the ace was still there. Hibana died, but the ace was still there. So the Selmas could get the walls open nonetheless. They got the trench wall open, they got the hallway wall open. That allowed for plenty of lines of sight. As in the meanwhile, Rattler will go down to the Nook. That's a big drop right there. Taha finding the mute. And once again, waterboyz playing a bit too aggressive, just a bit too much on the front foot. They don't seem to be able to slow down for whatever reason have you, or don't seem to want to, and that is losing them rounds unless they bring it back. Kyo goes down in the meanwhile.
Sandy's doing such a beautiful job in playing this one out, but again, he's just getting caught between a rock and a hard place, and then the Sandy wins this engagement. Yeah, that's gonna be a done for him. Taha's just so good on these fights, man. He's been winning out every single one of his 1v1s up to this point, unless he gets traded. And that's what I mean. waterboyz, they're finding really good trades, but in this engagement, their trades are just not enough. The individual levels of Noakhailla are just through the roof. They've completely reset themselves after what happened in the first initial game, and now they're out here to play. Strong position coming in from Beat, but Apollyon, he just knows what to expect, and he knows exactly how to play this one around. Great to be cooked. Good shot coming in from Baz. He's expecting a double-sided pincer. One from the front and one from the back. Timing is everything, but no, he's not going to get the spot. But he's been cleared. They know his exact position. Playing around over from the back end of this, going in for the spam fire. Baz, unless he finds this kill, he needs one early on, because if they're able to double up, that's a trade. That's a crossfire. He cannot take this engagement at all anymore.
Okay, coming around from the breach, using the attacker's breach against them maybe, but shots are fired in exactly that direction. The plant is done as well in the master bedroom. He's got two attackers to worry about. Going back out the breach, shots are fired, this time from the ace, who's looking at that angle. There we go. Okay, it was a 10-second there, but I was going to say, the kill should still go the way of the attackers. They had the advantage, they had the line of sight, and Noakhailla are now 4-1 up, folks. 4-1. They are looking mighty strong in this first half. just like how waterboyz did back on Oregon. There's a very good chance we go to map 3 here, folks. Don't you worry, as we are very much gearing for what seems to be a fantastic game here and now. Right now, of course,
Attackers
we're
need
just
to
waiting to
locate and
see
defuse
as
as
to
many
whether
bombs as
or
they can.
not Noakhailla can make it a 5-1, because they've got a ton. They've got a ton of practice.
Attackers have
Not practice.
discovered the
They've got a ton
location of a
of
bomb.
momentum going their way. They've got a ton of fluid to work with, headroom, as it were, wiggle room, what do you call it, to work with. They are just losing right now. And waterboyz, unfortunately, they are in the water, and unless they can toss themselves a little, lifeguard ring, they might just drown as well in map 2. They want to avoid that. That's exactly what they'll be trying to do here. Try to avoid getting taken down. That involves winning this round and going into the second half with a fresh mindset to try and equalize.
Attackers are
This
heading out to
stage, we
defuse
don't
the
really
bomb.
know what to
Attackers dropped the
expect.
diffuser. Attackers have recovered their
Waterboyz,
diffuser.
this is their last chance to try and maybe stabilize themselves, get to that respectable scoreline, and then start on the attacking side in the best way possible. Again, Chalet, in my eyes, statistically, is a bit more attacker side favorite considering the multiple different cyclones that you can play around with. But again, how many different routes can you really find to get your way in? Because now it's time for the adaptation. The members of waterboyz, they're really good at adapting, but again, these type of aggressive peaks coming out from them are just hurting them in so many ways. Silence again, taking down early. That's not a hit that you can easily bounce back from.
Oh yeah, I gotta agree with you there. Early picks like these are not helping them. We've seen this time and time again with Sandy, with Silence, sometimes with Baz and with Beat. It's just been all over the place from the waterboyz, and even the round that they did take, while it was a good round, don't get me wrong, I think it was a flawless round that they took, right? Somehow they just have not been able to recreate that performance, that level of
Nice
play.
shot.
But that shot from Sandy might have something in it. That's the first attacker to go down, and it's Taha as well. 5-5 currently. Not someone like Apollyon 8-2, but that's still a good one to have.
What a
But
shot.
again, beautiful shot from Nemesis, absolutely. But the peak, I'm not sure about that.
And the poor guy wasn't expecting that level of a pixel angle to be held by Nemesis, but again, these players, they have the game sense and the understanding to just catch out everyone on the timing. Again, Sandy, he's playing a dangerous angle by himself as well. Again, one small peek from the head, and that's all that he's looking for one more frag. Baz getting caught in a pretty tough position. Where does he want to go in this engagement? Because now he's just stuck inside of kitchen and he has nowhere to run to try and maybe find an engagement. But Sandy, he's beautiful with it, gets another frag for himself, but again, it's just not enough. He gets traded out and beat. Last player remaining, maybe a couple of frags. It's a 2 versus 1. He has an opportunity to clutch this one out, but is it an easy clutch? No, not at all, because he doesn't have any form of information, and all the default camps, they're all broken down.
It's going to be extremely difficult right here for Beat. He needs to try and find these 2 last remaining attackers, as the plant is going to go down. Is the cross being watched by the Finca? It should be. No! Where is the cover? It isn't there! And
What?
there you have it!
How?
1v2. No cover whatsoever from the Finca. Should have been watching the hallway, but no, it's Beat right here with the 1v2 on the Melusi. Will give waterboyz their second round, a much needed round, and a much needed morale boost as well, as it is 4-2 going into the second half.
Wait. He went in for the plan that early without his teammate even being close to him? Ouch.
Yep.
That's overconfidence in a nutshell, actually.
Yeah, well, should have been watching from the hatch at least, right? But nothing.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Oh, well, yeah, it is what it is, I guess. Round number 7, 4-2. Noakhailla still have a lead, but they're on the defense now. And as we've seen with Chalet, when played properly, it is a pretty attacker-sided map, 9 times out of 10. waterboyz, in the meanwhile, well, they will be looking to take advantage of that attacker-sided nature. As to whether or not they're going to be able to, that, of course, remains to be seen. But, who knows? We might actually be able to see it happen.
you see what I see?
Is it the fact that there's a Warden, Mira, and a Castle in play?
Yep.
Attackers
I
defuse the bomb.
don't know how I feel about this.
Oh, this one's going to be a utility-heavy round, that is for sure. Castle barricades, you have Wamai and Jaeger, and you have a Mira as well. And any smokes that'll be thrown out, or flashes that'll be thrown out, right, from the Amaru, from the Nomad, from the Hibana. There's 9 flashbangs in total. I guess it won't matter if Beast is going to kill everyone. He's going to find poison to start things off. That's your Wamai gone. But he's seen the
Yamaru
window.
just... What?
Yep. That's Amaru mains for you. Just walk up, kill everyone. Who cares, right? Just walk up, end the round, right? Anyhow, he saw the mirror window, had to back off because he can't contest that angle particularly, especially if it's the Warden behind that mirror window. You don't know yet. So Beat's gonna take it slow. But that first kill on the Wamai, very good, because that leaves only 2 discs instead of 5 that the Wamai can get over the course of the round. So that's 3 discs less to worry about, and less utility that'll get used up on the second floor clear.
Again, that's a pretty big hit because you have the Jaeger, of course, to try and use the ADSs to just relieve a little bit of the utility. But again, the Wamai just allows the Jaeger to be that late round presence. So even if you clear out the Wamai, you always have the Jaeger utility to worry about in so many more of these engagements. And now without it, it's a pretty tough position for them to be in, 4 versus 5, and I like this play. The attackers are not being over aggressive at all. They're playing for the information. They're droning out as much as they possibly can to get that early levels of info and then work their way in slowly. They're trying to paint a picture in their minds of how this entire map will play out before they want to go in for the fight. And the defenders, they're the ones who are in the crunch time. They're the ones who need to try and peek and maybe find that early little bit of an advantage so that they can go for a good position. 1-for-1 trades, never mind. It's not a 1-for-1, it's a 1-for-2. And the fights are just going all around. One by one, their bodies just drop. And now it's all up to Nemesis to try and go in for a clutch. I don't think it's going to happen, not anytime soon here.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to say the least. But never say never. Okay, I'm going to never say never. As, yeah, gets taken down as soon as I was about to hype up the fact that a clutch could happen. That is going to be another round for the waterboyz on the attack. Even with the utility-heavy, denial-heavy round that it could have been, the fact that the Wamai went down first was a very good take from Beat on the Amaru as well. So waterboyz are now 1 round away from equalizing, folks. They have a strong presence on this map, or at least they're building up a strong presence on the attack on this map. Second floor master bedroom and office is going to be the site of choice as we move into round 8.
Beautiful play coming in from waterboyz. They were smart in their engagements and they knew exactly how to play around with each and every side lane. Again, Beat going in that quickly is something that the Wamai just did not expect. The poor guy was just running around being like, hey, I'm going to roam in towards the side trophy and I'm just going to wait there. There's absolutely nothing that's going to happen to me, right? Tries to walk towards the bedroom through the main hallway. Just got immediately domed. Man, Beat is an absolute legend. He just knows how to work his way in before his opponents even expect him. But for now, Noakhailla taking up the second floor site. They're going in for a lot of different lines of sight, and that could be a pretty good hold. But again, they have bathroom under wraps, but how strong is this play going to be? Because, again, Beat, he's just waiting for it. He's going to go in, man.
One signal, and he's in there. Oh, this could be huge. Oh, there we go.
Goodbye.
He goes
YOLO!
in. He's got the boost. Does he know where they are? That's the question. He sees one, takes him out. That's the LMG for you. Tries to get another, but has to reload potentially. No, he's going to go straight to the bathroom. I mean, it's an LMG. What am I even saying? There goes Nemesis, and there goes another one. Smoke grenades in. Beat will go down, but it took so much just to get that one operator, and it's now a 2v4. But Apollyon's alive. That alibi is going to be a menace and a half, and you know it. So they have to get rid of Apollyon. So low on HP now, but it's only a Finka in the side. Never mind, he's down, and it's all up to Poison. One smoke grenade and an SMG-11. That's all he's got, and his wits about him. Never mind, he doesn't have that
W
either.
gaming, baby.
W Gaming. Literally just shift W into the building. Not even that, actually. It was a utility, main utility, which is by default middle mouse button. So middle mouse into the building and then shift W your way to victory. That's exactly what we saw right there. 4-4 equalizer from waterboyz, who have brought it back. Quite literally. Not back in black, mind you. Not to be confused with the song. But they're equalized. Round 9. Oh, this map is going to be a good one.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
I've never
as
seen
many
a
bombs
Maru
as they
work this beautifully ever before.
Oh, man.
This is the first time I've ever seen an Amaru pull off more than one frag out of any
can.
situation.
Located a bomb.
The finger burst coming in, the drones being absolutely clutch to give Beat that information, but even without information, the man just flicking all over the place. Good choices though. They're changing out their operators early because they know it's gonna be a basement hit. The Amaru's not gonna get anything done on this one.
Yep.
Ace has been picked up, Flores as well. They wanna take down these deployable shields before it goes out of hand. But Poison on the other side has picked up a bandit. Pretty rare, but at the same time necessary for this particular map. But wait, did he use a C4 for
To make the rotate. Yeah, none of them.
That's
so the Valkyrie
rough.
does have impacts, but Taha is nowhere close to the site, and they need that rotate done stat. So, yeah, they're expecting something of a rush from the attackers. So you might as well take care of whatever you can with whatever you have. As in the meanwhile, the main breach should go off as soon as the breach jam is taken care of. There we go. Silence will get the wall open nice and quickly. Snowball breach done. 2 minutes 25 on the clock. The question is, where do they go after? How far can they really extend this? Oh, that's a big drop right there. Rattler down. Man going 7-6 currently, as Boss will take a ton of damage as well. Not the best thing in the world as Silence
that's
pushes
the second
in.
breach?
Yep, the trench breach should be taken care of, but he needs a clearance on it first because, of course, the electricity of the bandit battery is still there.
They're gonna make a push up from the front side. And again, ADSs has been cleared. And now, yep, that's the first initial clear. There's the grenade. That should explode it all out. But no, the grenade doesn't really leash it down properly. But the ace charges can now go to work, baby. Flores to clear out all of the shields. Hey, up, what you gonna do now, Polion? Because you're stuck behind one wall. And a need to clear out 2 separate angles entirely. I love this play from the waterboyz. They have so much avenues of control. But it's just not enough because Taha, again, over on the back end, coming in from those lurks. He shuts down another one. It's a 5 versus 3 situation, and waterboyz, they're in such a tough spot. Poison again finds them 1v1 engagement, just completely breaks them down piece by piece. The problems just keep on building, ladies and gentlemen, and one by one, they're just gonna keep on dropping. It's a 5 versus 2 beats. It's all up to you to try and maybe find something here. But again, this basement site hold coming in from Noakhailla is just too good to be true because there's absolutely nothing that they can do to try and survive this one. Silence, it's all up to you. He's good for the first, he's good for the second. And Valkyrie? Hello?
That happened.
Did he just accidentally fat finger his drone button?
Might
He's watching
have.
TikTok videos out here.
Oh man, you gotta love it, right? Like when you have to what's that meme again? Right, when you have to participate in CTO practice ops at 4, but need to upload your TikToks at 5. That was literally that situation right there. My goodness. Well, still a good round for Noakhailla. They actually held it down really, really, really well. And like waterboyz, they even had the front breach, right? Like the main garage wall, snowmobile wall breached, and then they went for the trench run, but they just weren't able to clear it because, well, Noakhailla was in their faces, but not so aggressively that they would be, trading kills. No, it was more like they were peeking from very powerful positions, and they had 2 players coming in from the back, one on the stairs, one on the back hatch, that absolutely shut down any potential peaks that the attackers could make. That was a very good play, and something we did not see waterboyz do enough of. So all things considered, well played in Noakhailla. They showed waterboyz how to play that site. As they're going to go back to second floor bedroom, do we see the Amaru from Beat? Yes, we do. Beat, what do you got for us?
Gotta go big here, though. And it's still a 5-on-4, so let's just see how this one pans out for them. One more round away for match point for Noakhailla again. Tomorrow. Every single time I see that gadget being deployed, I just have a heart attack, man. Anything could happen. It either could be the best kill of a person's career, or it could be the worst.
Ooh. All right. Apollyon deciding to face check one of the many windows of second floor. My tongue got so twisted back there. Apologies for the weird noises. But anyhow.
After what happened to Apollyon, I don't even blame you.
Nah, yeah, I mean, yeah, same, honestly. Kyo's taking a ton of damage, interestingly enough. The Jaeger is basically like 10 HP down there. Not sure what's up with that, but he's gonna go down. Boss takes the kill.
Where's
Boss
he
taking
getting
damage
shot
from below.
How did he get in?
Another one. He's just in. Nobody was in library. Library was cleared. The Finka just got in. Sandy with that. And now it's all down to Poison. Very low on HP as he gets the refrag onto Sandy. Rotates into the bathroom. And all the attackers are, I think, coming in from the front side. So that's going to be an interesting, play for this Frost to fight against. Poison's got a shield here in Piano as well. So plenty of room to work with. What do the attackers want to do here? Because they cannot afford to give away another 1vx. They've done this before. waterboyz, that is. They've given away 1vxs before. Oh, okay. The Frost is going to rotate into bedroom. And seen. There we go. All the way from the main stairs. That's going to be the Nomad taking the final kill. And making it 5-5.
Organization. Even Stevens across the board. Now, whichever team is able to get this down to the 6th is going to be the one who will have the advantage. Again, getting yourself over to match point is just the first initial step. You need to showcase how strong you are as a team, as a unit, to be consistent with it and be able to take that final one away. Noakhailla, Oryx getting picked up is possibly the most unconventional pick, but at the same time, a very prominent one as well. You're playing on the first floor. So if you have that possible rotation from that Oryx to just constantly jump through hatches and also be a nuisance by bashing through walls, it could just work out in your favor. For them though, as we are going to be heading on back for just a couple of minutes, I'm a little bit on the edge of my seats to see how this Oryx is going to pan out for them, because, again, this is one operator that you normally never see on Chalet, but him getting picked up here could just be a massive hit coming in from Noakhailla, and waterboyz could not even expect this.
Yeah, the hatch jumping from Oryx definitely allows for some very interesting and very, very impactful flank plays that you normally don't see because, well, no other operator can jump up the hatch. That's just Oryx's territory, Mans is literally an Olympic jumper at this point. The height that he can go up. I remember there was a time where he could even jump up to towers, hallway hatches that actually lead outside to the roof. So,
What, seriously?
Yeah. Right in the test server of that season, Oryx could actually do that. He could go outside on tower, a novel concept, because that didn't used to be a thing, right? The only other spawn peek you could do was jump out, revive yourself as Doc on the balcony, and then look up. But by that time, you're dead. So Oryx actually could do something about that, but they removed it anyway. Because going on the outside hatches was a bit broken, I think they decided. Anyhow, point notwithstanding, Oryx is definitely an interesting operator to play here. First floor site, so he might be lurking around the basement, but for the time being, Poison here on
I don't think they're
floor,
going to expect this.
They might not. He's getting mighty close for a potential run out, and he could do a peek. No, he's gone to the corner instead. This corner that we sometimes see smoke hold. But no, wait, is this? Oh, okay. This might not be the best idea in the world. There's 4 people peeking this window. And 1 defender. Okay.
Avengers assemble?
Maybe. If the assembly includes getting rid of the enemy. If they can actually execute this. I'm not sure about this, actually.
I don't like this. Anytime I see a full team rushing through one singular window, I just don't enjoy that. And again, they just decided against it. I love that play. They're not going to risk that one anytime soon. They're not really going to be able to get those breaks.
Oh no, the grenade fell through the hatch. Oh dear me. But the goes down nonetheless. Oh,
That's the opening that they needed, though. That was perfect. Because, oh my god. Wait a minute. Jack, that grenade was intentional. They forced him to jump through the hatch and they were able to take full control of the second floor. The second floor control was already given away and they needed to jump down over to the first floor. And because of it, the players rotating in from the bottom, correct? Because they all wanted to work through one singular window. They gave up that window. Other than 2 players, they threw the grenade. Immediately, the person playing behind the mirror needed to jump out through the hatch. And as soon as he jumped out, the players coming in from library were able to get 2 free kills on them. That was genius.
I'll just say
waterboyz, they just corralled them like sheep into a corner.
I'll just say this. If that was intentional, and I'm not doubting you, Aggressive, I'm just saying, if that was intentional, that was the biggest brain play I have possibly seen in the Community Cup. Nay, even the Pro Series. I don't think I ever saw something like this in the Pro Series. Absolutely over 9,000 IQ right there. Beautifully done. If that was intentional, again, somebody will have to ask the players exactly what happened there. Specifically Noakhailla players, because, you know, that jump down from the hatch was in anticipation of the grenade landing at the window to kill the castle. So he went down, but in going down, he and another defender, I forget the names even, just ran out, and Sandy was there on the main stairs window to catch them on the rotate. Just positioning, and Sandy's found another one. Someone was spawn
Yeah, that's the run out.
and it was Poison. Gone down, and again, that's only, I'm not even sure if Poison put down the second my magnet, so that's just 1 magnet in the entire map right now, along with Jaeger's 3 ADSs, so not much utility denial from the defense right now. So this could be, wait,
Oh, this is bad.
who takes this fight even? And how is Beat losing this? Okay,
He's going up against Saha. You're really asking this question?
that is also true. I should probably watch my words a bit more. Wait,
Wait, he found that kill?
What?
Hello?
What? No. Somebody needs to check him. Somebody needs to check that. Nah. I am not believing that for even a second. 2 kills, 5 versus 3. My goodness, what a way to start off. waterboyz really giving us a show right now, making sure that we are entertained. Apollyon finds Rattler in the meanwhile, trying to get some verticality done. Nobody watching the first floor, and that allowed the Wamai to get away scot-free. Not the Wamai, excuse me, the Meat to get away scot-free. Now taking damage because there's players in the hallway.
Oh,
there's players above.
is...
He's about to get smashed if he's not
Yep.
careful. There we go. The
Yep,
Zephy
that's
LMG
the last
never
one.
stops firing. Sandy gets another one. That's the last one standing.
It's all up to you, buddy. Nah, it's not gonna happen. Not the miracles that they want. And ladies and gentlemen, it is gonna be a fast 2-0 going in the favor of waterboyz. But you have to give credit where credit is due. Noakhailla, they nearly pulled off the most incredible of plays. But at the end of the day, waterboyz, god damn, after that 9,000 IQ play coming out from them, it fell under the wraps. You just cannot say that that was not intentional. Like, come on. It was beautiful to watch, and hey, the level of confidence that they had for the re-engagement over on the last and final round to close out the map, it was beautiful.
That was. I will agree with you 100%. The overall play from waterboyz in the second half was absolutely wonderful. Second half stats, actually, it was a 5-1 in the second half after the 4-2 that Noakhailla enjoyed in the first. So, yeah, you know, a 7-5 win coming from a 2-4 down in the half. That's gotta be a credit, you know, big credit, big ups to the waterboyz. As they move on to upper bracket round 2, they will face off against, excuse me, I just need to quickly check. I believe the team was, I forget these names. I forget these names very quickly. Crouch Potatoes, right. They will face off against the Crouch Potatoes, yes, in upper bracket round 2 in a couple of days from now. No, as waterboyz, that is. Noakhailla, in the meanwhile, they will go down to the lower brackets, and I think they're either playing against Kira Esports or against the loser of one of the two games tomorrow. So stay tuned for that, folks, as we, figure out the brackets and so on and so forth. But before that, in just a short moment, we'll be going into the highlights to talk about what was a very, very good map between these two teams. I mean, I gotta say, I really, really enjoyed this, and I'm pretty sure the teams did as well. I mean, maybe not map 1, 7-2 as it were, but let's talk about it more. Map 2, that is, in the highlights as we go into them.
Honestly, this map was just a treat to watch. We saw the most incredible rounds coming out from Noakhailla, and again, it was Apollyon, man. That was his show early on. Just look at this guy. He's just absolutely relentless. Shots were perfect, even against a shotgun. A shotgun, mind you, at that close of a proximity, and he still found the headshot on the pre-fire. But I love it when you see it. The guy was pulling off God's work in so many of these rounds, but it wasn't enough. He fell off so heavily right at the very end that it's just rough to watch, man.
Yeah.
When a player is performing so well early on the first initial half, you'd expect a similar level of performance, but no, that's not always the case, because sometimes their opponents, they're just way better on the attacking side. And waterboyz, they felt in tune, and the map of Chalet being one of the strongest when it comes down to on the attacking side reigns true still to this day, especially after the rework. The attackers have such a easy time working their way in towards the side, just corralling all of the defenders into very impossible positions. It just hurt them in more ways than one. But again, looking back at Noakhailla and the way that they played, it was smart, it was clean, but was it enough? Not really, because especially on their own defensive side, they were not adapting at all, and they gave up so much control over to the attackers that they were just being shut down.
Yeah. Yeah, it really just, on the second half, I mean, first half, Noakhailla had a fantastic first half. And at the end of the day, the 1v2 from Beat, I think, did a lot more than just win them 2-4 in the first half, right? waterboyz definitely felt the impact of winning a 1v2 like that in that fashion as well. Because going into the attack, you could see their confidence was sky high. I mean, look at the Amaru plays. Yeah, like the Amaru plays from Beat in the first 2 rounds of the second half were insanely good. And more than that, they needed those plays. And because those plays happened, they were able to walk away with a 4-4 and eventually 5-5, which became a 7-5. The only slight that they faced, as it were, the only slight to their overall playstyle in the second half was that basement attack that they did not too long ago in round 9. That one was definitely a little skewed, I believe, into a not great round for them. But after that, again, they brought it back. waterboyz just won rounds after that,
Look
and this play, I mean, I swear, again, I'm not doubting anyone, but if this was intentional, I swear this had to have been the biggest brain play from them in probably the history of the Pro Series and Community Cup combined. I have never seen something like this. I have never had someone do this to me or done this in any of my ranked games. Nothing. You would think in South Asian ranked, where everyone's a monkey, something like this would be common, but no, it's not, because it doesn't happen all that often. But anyhow, congratulations to the waterboyz for winning out this BO3. They will go on to upper bracket round 2 to face off against another daunting opponent. Indeed, I mean, they beat Noakhailla, which is basically like a lighter version of MRCZ. So already they've got themselves a very good win under their belt. As we look at the statistics, Apollyon 12-8, very effective in the first half, but very quiet in the second. Sandy 18-8. My goodness.
Ouch. This guy's been a menace starting from the top all the way to the very bottom, man. You just can't make this thing up at all. I really want to see his headshot percentage as well. The guy's been insane with it. But look at his cost. Sandy, what?
Yep.
He's been fragging out of his mind and still has this high of a cost.
Yep. Clearly very cost effective, as they would say. And a 1.69 rating as well. Nice. All things considered, yeah, looking at, waterboyz versus Noakhailla, excuse me, I almost said that one.
Yes.
Noakhailla, yes. Anyhow, looking at the other side, it's not all that great. Poison 710, Taha 811, and their KOSTs is dipping further and further. Kyo was playing support for pretty much both maps, so I have nothing to say against them particularly. Support ops get a lot of flack, as it were, for not fragging out, as it were. I say that with air quotes. You can't see me, but I say that with air quotes. So, yeah. Nemesis as well, not exactly having the best time in this map. And overall, I think the side of Noakhailla, I had to pause myself to get the name right. They will have to, reconfigure their overall play style, how they want to approach things going into the next matches that they have at the lower bracket. We did not see Theme Park, we did not see Skyscraper in match number 1 today either, as both matches have ended in a 2-0.
That's kind of unorthodox when you think about it.
Yeah.
Up till
Yeah.
now, we've been only getting 3 maps constantly, but today it was a very surprising situation for all of us. We were not ready for any of it, but at the end of the day, it's completely fine. Hey, it's South Asian Siege. You can't really predict anything. Anything could
Yeah.
happen. But looking at the brackets here, Crotch Potatoes going up against Waterboyz will be coming up soon enough. But first of all, we still have a lot more interesting games for you tomorrow. North Star versus Copian and Team
Mhm.
Uwu going up against G2 Esports. And god damn it, he actually made me say it.
Yep, there we go. At some point in your life, it's basically like, I'm pretty sure 40 years from now, internet culture is basically just gonna be, if you're 25 and you haven't said ooh once in your life, what are you even doing? Right, 40 years from now. I'm not even saying in our lifetimes, but hey, I'm just the messenger here. No, production is asking
Production's
me
like,
to say
no.
other things that no, I'm not doing that on stream. Thank you very much. Anyhow, folks,
And
that's
before
gonna...
a team name comes through.
Oh boy, I swear
Uh,
if that actually happens. Anyhow, that's gonna do it for the Esports Club Community Cup Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege. I mean, we've had a fantastic day of matches. I would say so indeed. What did you say, Aggressive?
I was really excited for this. And hey, the match delivered. And in that sense, I'm completely happy with it. But for now, I got to thank you guys back at home for sticking with us and spending time with us here for this entire thing, because it was a journey for all of us. But again, we still have a lot more action. So make sure to hit that like, hit the subscribe, and also hit that notification bell down below to get notified whenever we do go live. And hey, as you're dabbling with those buttons, check out Zodiac Gaming if you want just to get yourself a graphics card. I already got mine and I'm pretty happy with it. But at the same time, if you want to get it at a small discount, got you covered. All the links down below in the description. Get yourself, of course, R6 if you want to play out, and also get the 9000 IQ plays that you saw coming out from the members of waterboyz. If you want to use what you learned here, make sure to get yourself that game. And of course, our broadcast partner will be local. A lot of incredible content there. Not just the Esports Club, of course, the best of the best. Don't really forget about that. There's a lot more other creators that you can watch out for. But for now, good night, everyone, and happy gaming. It's going to be your boy Aggressive here with Black Chat, signing on.
run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I